welcome to the stream. It's me, Wordy Girl, and we are here. Hopefully you can hear me. This is a new setup, as you can see. Yeah, I have just gotten started with OBS as of this year, which is just 20 days old in my time zone. And we are trying to get the hang of things. I only was scheduled to stream on Mondays and Tuesdays this month. I ended up having to skip one. So I was like, you know what? This month is already not going as planned. But we are just going to do what we can do this year. We're not going to fret about things. We're going to try to do what we can. And that's exactly what I'm going to try to do. So, let's see. Hopefully I'm streaming because OBS is weird. Yes, I am live. Okay. Welcome. If you are, in the chat, feel free to say hello. If you would rather lurk, feel free to do that. So, yeah, if you don't know who I am, my name is Wordy Girl. I've known mostly as Wordy Girl. And I do all kinds of things. This stream is going to be quite a variety of different things. Mainly writing, talking about writing, reading. Josiah-saurus is here. Hello, Josiah-saurus. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, so as you can see, it's a new setup. I hope that it's good. I've been, trying to, fix things up around here a little bit. Since my Twitch studio crashed, I said, you know what, I might as well try OBS, as everybody's been asking me to try OBS, and it's pretty cool, actually. It's very customizable, and I'm quite proud of what I've been able to do so far. It's not perfect, and it's not exactly the way I imagined it, but it's good. So I'm happy so far. We have, as you can see, some of you are used to seeing my face that way. Yeah, that way. Over on the left-hand side of the screen. I have moved myself to the right-hand side of the screen because Twitch Studio actually would flip my camera, which was good and bad. Sometimes when the camera is flipped, I feel more comfortable because that's how I see myself, like in the mirror. But then words are backward. Like when I put something up to the screen, it's backward. And when I look, see on Twitch Studio, I was over there. See, I'm pointing in the wrong direction. But on Twitch Studio, I was over that way. So I was able to look this way and see my screen that I was sharing with you guys. And it didn't look weird like I was looking off into nothing because my screen was there. But with this, it doesn't flip the camera. So when I look at my screen, it doesn't look like I'm looking at anything because the camera is, flipped. But it's okay because I've moved my screen over there now. I mean, see, I'm pointing so wrong. I move my screen this way now so that when I look at it, I'm actually looking at it. It seems confusing. You probably are just like, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter. I'm just like, that's why I did it, though. I'm just letting you know why I switched the screen view. So it doesn't look weird when I'm looking over here because my screen is really over here. And at least it'll look like I'm kind of a little bit looking at a screen because the screen is right there. But yeah, anyways, nonsense. Also, I have this cool little carousel down here that I like. And I've added little things to it so that you guys can know what the stream is all about. I will probably, a lot of it is placeholder, so I will probably be adding more things soon. Also, I have re-implement, oh, hey co-host, it's co-host, handsome co-host, if you're not familiar with him, he's cool. Anyways, if you donate, as you see, my goal is right there. I'm pointing right? Am I pointing at the right thing? Yes. My goal is right there by the side of my face. And I was so humbled and honored and surprised when we met our Christmas goal. But, it's time to start a new goal. It's a new year, new goal. And I have so many things planned for this year, so donations are much appreciated. If you're not able to donate monetarily, no worries, no problem at all. But if you are able to, fun things do happen on the stream, and I do have them set up this time. Also, someone is back, so he can say obligatory associate when people follow. I believe that it will work. Hopefully, it will. Um, and then there is like so many other things that are behind the scenes that I feel proud of that you can't see right now. But I've been working, and I think that the setup is okay, um, considering at least. So, yeah, of course, in my physical set, I have my little disco ball. I had to move it a little bit because it was way too high up for the camera angle, and it was not in the frame anymore. So I've moved it and made it where you guys can see it better. This is a New Year's disco ball for to celebrate the new year. The other thing that I didn't do though, I didn't get the background music. I should get some background music. The streams are quite lonely sounding and boring without the background music. So maybe we can work on that as well. But for now, I've done a lot and I am quite proud. Yes, so besides my new setup, I do want to make a note that tomorrow in my time zone, January 21st, is the deadline for the reading challenge. And I have been horribly busy and not able to read any articles or create, I created the article myself to showcase the other articles that I'm supposed to be reading. But I did not actually fill it out very much. So we need to do that. I got permission from people to even read their articles on stream. Unfortunately, the people were not able to make it on the times that I was streaming, but since it's tomorrow, I cannot wait any longer for them to be able to be present while I read their articles. So I'm just going to read them all today, and then I'm going to send them the VOD or video on demand or replay, of course, of this stream so that they can see and know that, I did read their articles on stream. I was hoping that I would be able to do way more this month. It just has not permitted. Time is just a wonky thing, and schedules are annoying at times. And then life throws lots of stuff at you, and you don't know what to expect because you really can't expect anything. So, like, you couldn't expect this stream. It was a surprise stream. So, yeah. Anyways, that's why I'm streaming at a weird time. It's like 11 a.m. Eastern time for me. And I don't know what time it is for you, but basically, yeah, whatever time it is for you, will probably be like, Wardy never streams at this time. Well, I'm just doing it today. So we have a lot to get done. As I said, World Anvil has their reading challenge. I'm trying to get that done. The deadline is tomorrow. Now, the world building challenge, I see that people may have had a little bit of a dilemma, or the World Anvil team may have just thought, you know what? Let's give people more time. So I don't know which one happened. Maybe they didn't get very many submissions. Maybe they just thought, if too many things are a deadline at one time, then, yeah, it's not going to be good. But it's a good thing, though, that the deadline for the World Building Awards has been postponed to next Saturday as opposed to tomorrow. And I originally did not want to enter anything because I don't feel like I have anything worth entering. Last year, I did not do very much detailed world building, nor did I actually, make articles that were super amazing in my opinion. And the articles that I did make that were super amazing, unfortunately, were either created in other years and I updated them, or they were made in the wrong template, so I cannot submit them. But yeah, I said, you know what? It doesn't hurt to just submit it. It's like, what's the worst that can happen? I just don't win. But if I do submit it, I might win. So I guess it's not really a bad thing if I submit and don't win. But it can be a bad thing if I don't submit and then I may have won, if that makes sense. So I am going to see what I can do there, but of course I'm going to do the reading article first because, you know, that deadline is actually tomorrow and they did not postpone it. The World Building Worlds has been postponed, so we can tackle that on even maybe Monday or Tuesday, or we might do another surprise stream. I don't know. Or it could be in this stream, depending on how long I stream for today. We can get to it after the reading challenge, I suppose. So, yeah, without further ado, we can get into it, but I do have some tea that I need to go get. So I will be right back, and I will, I don't know. I didn't make a I'll be right back screen, and that was the problem. So I'm going to take you back to the intro screen so a co-host can entertain you talking. I don't know, he might be a little bit boring, but I should be back very soon. So don't go anywhere unless you have to. Fine, go ahead and go somewhere. No worries, but thank you guys for stopping by, and I am not ending the stream. Please don't leave if you don't want to. I will be right back, all right? See you soon. to the stream. Sorry, I'm back. I did not have a I'll be right back screen, so I unfortunately had to show the intro screen again. Sorry. If you are just joining, welcome. I apologize again. I went to get my tea. I have to eat some lunch actually. But I did something that the British people will be quite cross at. I put tea in the microwave and I was properly punished for it because my tea literally exploded in the microwave. It bubbled over and the whole microwave got flooded. I mean, it wasn't really flooded. I'm over exaggerating, but still, I shouldn't have put it in the microwave like that. And I had to clean it up, which is why I took so long to come back. But I have it here and hopefully it's good. Hopefully not too much of the tea got spilled and hopefully it still tastes quite nice. I did have to put more water because a lot of the water boiled out of it. But yeah, it's vanilla chai, by the way. I love vanilla chai tea. If you have a favorite type of tea or drink, please feel free to put it in the chat. Yeah, so we are here, and if you're just joining, we're going to be doing some world building stuff. We are going to be talking about, as you see on the screen, the World Building Awards, but that is going to be a little later. We are mostly for right now going to be reading articles for the reading challenge because the deadline for that is literally tomorrow. If you are from World Anvil and you have any articles that you wrote during World Ember that you want me to read, please do put them in the chat so that I can read them. Proper mad. Yes, proper mad, Josiah source. They will be. By the way, this is my cool coffee mug, and I will taste the tea. Hopefully it's not quite hot, but it's good. I don't know if I put enough sugar, but it's okay. I usually don't have to put too much sugar in things. I like sugar, but yeah, and I like salt too, but I don't usually put too much salt on my food. That's random. What am I talking about? Okay, let's get into the actual stuff that we're doing. So basically, this is going to be the world building challenge. I mean, a world building challenge, reading challenge. Where is it? Oh yes, right here. Let's go. Green tea and black tea is my favorite. Nice. I like it. Yes, I like black tea as well. Katoi Play is here. Hello. Hello, Katoi Play. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, I know that you are a World Anvil Bean. I don't remember if you participated in World Ember or not, but if you did and you have an article that you'd like me to read, please feel free to let me know in the chat. You can redeem the wisps, which are free of cost. You just earn them by, standing by, chatting, following, subscribing, stuff like that. If you want me to read one of your articles, because that's what I'm working on, the deadline is tomorrow for the reading challenge, and I have not done very much, unfortunately. I did read the He's Bat by Eli yesterday. I mean, not yesterday. Am I literally saying yesterday? That was like Tuesday, I think. Tuesday evening. I don't know. But the rest of these are very not there. So feel free to let me know. I do have some comments. TJ has this awesome looking article about Gauntlet, and I had it on my reading list, and I would love to read that here on stream too. Some of these people that had articles, unfortunately, I was not able to, oh yeah, this person did not. Okay, yes, this person gave a lot of articles, well, 2. And they gave me permission to, read them on stream. I wanted them to maybe be present, but unfortunately they were not able to be present, but we have to do it now because it's literally tomorrow. How do we submit? Yes, sure. So you see in the chat bar should be under where you're talking. You see the little W's that say WISP. When you click them, you can redeem these little wisps, and there should be a scroll that says read my article please. It's a little scroll and it only costs 50 wisps. If you click that one, you will have the ability to enter your URL to the article, and then I will read it. If you don't know how to do all that, no problem. Just paste your article URL there, because the chat is not too crowded today. So your articles shouldn't get lost. Usually I just have you guys redeem the wisps to make sure that I catch all of the articles, because they log into a queue. World Embers only. You can submit something else if you'd like. But since it's the reading challenge, we are supposed to read World Ember articles. But if you want me to read something else, feel free to drop that in the chat as well. I'm just sitting, chilling, reading as well. So yeah, feel free. But if it's not a World Ember article, I won't be able to put it in my reading challenge. Ah, it's DreamCartographer. Hello. Thank you so much for joining, DreamCartographer. Yeah, I'm not streaming at the usual time. It was a surprise stream. So, thank you for joining. I appreciate you stopping by. Just getting with the program. No problem, Katoipoi. It's totally fine. All right, let's see. You have redeemed one. Katoipoi, I will go to it. Try Dinser host. I'm thinking that's it. Favorite World Ember article. Had it read around a bit lately, but I like it. All right, interesting. I will definitely read through this in a moment. But yes, if there was a different article you want me to read as well, feel free to share that. But this is the one that I will be able to put in my reading challenge article. All right. Yeah, the tea is good. All right, so let's get started. Let's get comfortable. Let's see. I'm going to go through and open all the articles that I had permission to read on the stream, so that I can make sure I get to it. Yeah, there. And then we have, I already did this one. And we're just going to have to write a little bit about what I liked about the article and what I learned from reading the article. So if you are just joining, we are about to go through a lot of World Ember articles from World Anvil Beans. If you're not from World Anvil, don't worry. You can still enjoy this stream. Basically, World Anvil is just a site where you can, world build. You can make stories and worlds and characters, and then we can read them, and we can have lots of fun and get inspiration. So this is one of the articles. See, it's about food. And then there's a plot of like some kind of RPG campaign, or either just like a story. We also have this game that is an in-world card game that one of the members made. And then we have this formation. So that means it's like a military group or some kind of organization. So World Anvil is an awesome site. If you are not already part, please do join. If you are not part, it's okay if you didn't take part in World Ember or anything. Feel free to follow that link. That takes you to my author page, but you can sign up for yourself and make yourself an account. Anyways, we're just going to chill out, and we are going to read a couple of these articles. And if you have any questions at any time, please feel free to let me know. My name is Wordy Girl, and if you are just stopping by, feel free to say hello or just continue to lurk. Doesn't matter. First, we're going to go with Ad Cheryl's article, Red Beef Curry, and it's food. So, speaking of, I have myself some noodles. So, it's my lunch, so I might be a little bit hungry. All right. Red beef curry. Let's read about it. All right. Red beef curry. If you don't know what to eat here, you can try out this first. And when the next time you enter the pub, you will know exactly what to eat. All right, so first I'm going to put this in the chat so you guys can check out Ad Cheryl's article yourself on your own time. feel free to click around, and if I don't have time to read everything on the page, which it's relatively short, so I should be able to read it all, you can still bookmark it for later. Or if you're a World Anvilite, you can drop a little heart on the article and show some love. So let's see. This is Teddy Darton. And as the tooltip suggests, he is a veteran barkeep. Interesting. So I guess the barkeeper suggests this red beef curry to eat if you are just visiting the pub. All right, let's read about it. A popular dish in the Old Sunny Pub. And that's a link to another article. That's another reason why I gave you the link, so you can check these other articles out too. It's a spicy beef and potato cooked in coconut milk. Despite having red-orange fatty liquid, it has a spicy but sweet taste. It could memorize the surrounding moment the first time it touches a tongue. I think it means touches. But very cool. For mine, if you've read just the quotes story, that's fine. No problem. Yeah, I know some of the articles are on the longer side. So there's an ingredients. That's nice. 500 grams beef sliced, 500 grams potatoes diced, 100 grams curry paste, 200 grams coconut cream, 400 grams coconut milk, kaffir lime leaves, red chili peppers, plum sugar, and fish sauce. Preparation: simmer potatoes on a coconut milk or unpreferred cooking vessel, saucepan or pot, for 5 minutes until softened. I think it's softened. Adding beef and simmering for another 5 minutes, then them all. I think it means a bit too many words here, but I think it's saying adding beef and then simmering them all, I guess. I don't know. Left with milk, add coconut cream and curry paste. Stir until all fat starts to come out. Seasoning it with fish sauces or plum sugar. Add kaffir, lime leaves, and red chili peppers. Stir until softened. Serve on a plate of rice or a separated bowl for serving up to 4 people. Curry paste. The paste is considered the most complex ingredient in the recipes, and so it's usually to be bought from the market. It was usually made by pounding chilies, peppers, lemon glasses, galangals, kaffir lime, zests, garlics, red onions, and roast coriander seeds. Interesting. So this is a picture of it. Nice. History. According to historians, the recipe was probably introduced in the pub a few hundred years ago by one of the pub's chefs, who was an immigrant. As many ingredients came from their native on the other side of the world, the curry was adapted, I think it's trying to say. The current recipe was slightly changed from the original, where pea eggplants were replaced by potatoes. Despite rarity of ingredients, it became a popular yet common dish among the merchants' pie, their original meal since the pub's opening. So the merchant's pie looks like it's an article too, but the article is probably currently private. But this is an interesting article, and thanks so much to Adcheryl for sharing this. Quite an interesting, and as Katoi Poi said, gonna make me hungry. Reading about food in world is really cool. So yes, thank you so much to Adcheryl for, sharing that. So I'm going to copy the article block, and we're going to put it into this page. Sections, footer sections, all right. And we're going to just drop it somewhere, just to make sure that I don't forget it. Great. Now we will go to Adcheryl's other article that they dropped off to me. This is a plot called To Find the Fishy Menace, and I'm not sure what this is about. So let's see. It is the end of humiliation. I'm probably going to mispronounce a lot of stuff. Firstly, I'm gonna put this in the chat so you guys can read it yourself. Let's see what Atril said about this. If there's any, okay, yep. So there's no further context, but this is a plot. So this is like a storyline. This could be used maybe for a TTRPG, or this might be part of, a story. So it is the end of humiliation, which must be something in the world I'm not familiar with, unfortunately. The Irgia, probably mispronouncing it, Republic is ready to claim back the superpower of the sea from Maritime Kingdom. With a little help from the Valonia Empire, successful would be easy for them. Probably success would be easy for them. Very cool. And fun fact, I have a princess named Valonia in my medieval world of Winsome Horde. Little do they know, the plan is about to break and twist as Valonia suddenly threatened them in a painful way. Not only the Republic will have to fight against the national rival, but might as well the fishy backstabber. The great duty for the officer Mira Porkin, which is also probably a privated article, to find the way to turn the tide before everything is gone. And this is an excerpt from Act 2, 50 VE. So let's see what this is. Act 1, Myth of the Stone. Act 2, the Crystal Empire. Interesting. I like how there are chronicled logs of different events that are happening in the world. Very nice. So I do see it has a lot of related articles, and Mira Porkin is here, but of course it's a multipass article, which means we cannot see it. I was right. It is a privated article, so it must not be done yet. Unfortunately, we are able to see something here. But DreamCartographer said, I don't know if it's just my internet, but you're freezing and stuttering quite a lot lately. Oh no. Does anybody else see that I'm freezing a bit on the stream? Please let me know, because like I said, this is a new setup. It might not be you, it might be me. It might be this weird setup. So if anybody else is experiencing such things, please let me know, because this helps me with troubleshooting as well. It's fine for me, says Katoypoi. Okay, so it might be your internet. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, DreamCartographer. Hopefully your internet clears up if that is what it is. Laggy internet is very annoying. Sometimes when I'm watching streams, depending on how good the internet quality is, I have to turn it on like 720 or 320p or whatever it is. What is it? Like one of the lowest, resolutions. And it's very annoying because the screen gets kind of blurry. But if I want to hear what they're saying, sometimes I have to turn the resolution down, because when it's trying to register all that visual, then it cuts up sometimes, and then the audio comes through clearer if it's less to render, I guess. But hopefully it does clear up for you and you don't have to do that. But that is something that I do just in case you think you might want to try that. Just clicking the little gear icon and making the resolution a little bit poorer, and that might help, even though the screen will be kind of blurry, unfortunately. But yes, hopefully that does clear up for you soon, DreamCartographer. So sorry. All right, let's see. So it was the year 50 VE according to the Valonia Empire. So VE is Valonia Empire, I assume. It was this time. Okay, it seems to be fine again. Okay, great. I'm so glad. But yeah, that is a little hack that I do sometimes, and it is kind of annoying if I'm trying to look at the screen. But sometimes I make the resolution a little bit poorer so that the audio can at least come through clearly. Stream heard me complaining. Hopefully the stream stays in line then, so that you don't complain anymore. Let's see. It was this time of the annual meeting between them and the Irgia. I'm probably pronouncing that so wrong. Republic as to strengthen their relationships. The war against the Maritime Kingdom had lasted 5 years now, and without the supply of their centuries-old alliance, including a game-changing material, I'm thinking it means, this could not be happening. The meeting was going to last a week as usual, but that's the end of simiality. I am not sure. Hold on. I'm thinking it probably does mean similarity. Not sure, though. This might be something in world. This might be a word in the world. As one of Valonian crews was murdered. Oh, no. I'm thinking Valonian group decided to move to Eurozone. Not sure if that's the right way to pronounce it either. As part of the meeting, only one of the diplomats there to demand the Republic for responsibility within 30 days or the Empire will stop supporting the supply. The Republic tried to negotiate but failed. Before the deadline happened, the Republic wanted to investigate the case, and it was the Porkins' mission to solve. Rising action. With her low profile, she used various techniques to find the clues, from listening to gossips at the market to stalking the diplomat. The more she investigated and gathered information, the more she realized that the murder case was part of a greater plan. She had suspected that the Valonian actually intended to invade the Republic. The only thing she needed to know was how. Meanwhile, the marriage of Prunos and Galusvius, sorry, I am probably butchering these names, was held. After all related ritual finished, the emperor announced the opening of the tunnel which connected between both Eurozone and Valone. Okay, so these show spoilers. I'm not going to show them just in case. I don't know what this is about. This might be a game. This might be a book. But yeah, we are going to just skim through a little bit. Somebody is here. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the name. But welcome, first time chatter. We are watching you. I'm not sure what you mean, but hello, thank you for watching. We'll see about the rest of the chat, right now we are just, reading articles from World Anvil. If you're not familiar with World Anvil, please do check them out. It's an awesome world building site where you are able to make worlds, characters, things. We've just went over food articles, which is nice, and this is a plot article. So the story is centered around Mira Porkin, the Eurasian officer on her spying mission. She's an introvert if you asked her. Due to her low profile, she was able to easily infiltrate, I'm sure, every place for all the conversations. But that means she couldn't attend the royal wedding. Oh no. Well, she missed the royal wedding, but she was on an important mission. Her goal is to root out the plan before the situation became worse. Right. So the Irgian Council is her allies. She gathered information from various people who were neutrals and bystanders. All the people in her investigation were Gelzuvia Theorum, the Geralt princess, Prunos Rarman, the Valonian prince, the rightful heir to the empire, and with the marriage. There are also these people: Emperor of Valonia, father of Pronus, Rondius V. 5, 5th, 4th. I'm sorry. Roman numerals are weird. I'm thinking that the V means 5th, right? No, VI is... Never mind, I think V is 4. Let me see. Roman numeral V. I feel so weird. Not that. Not file. Oh, it is 5. I thought it was 5. VI is 4. I forgot. Because you subtract 1 and add 1. Yeah. I'm horrible with Roman numerals. I'm sorry, you guys. I need to study it more. I used to have more clocks with Roman numerals around, and now all the clocks are becoming digital, and it's harder to remember the Roman numerals. But he's Orondius the Fifth. That's what we were thinking the first time. Um, yeah. And then the diplomat who should the empire order. Some of the wording is a little weird. I'm thinking that it's probably maybe English is not a first language, but it's okay. Actual, I'm very happy about these articles. They're very good. It's just there's a few little minor grammatical errors, maybe spelling errors, but I can get the overall picture, and I appreciate you sharing these with us. I do want to note that some of these things that are here, some of the words that are harder to pronounce, that are either in different languages or that are just native to the world, I would suggest maybe having little tooltips to let us know how to pronounce them, because that's a big thing for me. Reading lots of articles, sometimes it's very hard to pronounce certain words, especially if those words are pretend words or in another language made up for the world. And I have a bad habit of that as well. Sometimes I would even give scripts to people, and people are just like, wait, how do I say this part? I'm like, oh, sorry. So it's a good thing to take pronunciation into consideration. And if you would like to add maybe a tooltip or something to just let people know how to pronounce some of the things, that would be my suggestion to you. But other than that, this is a very interesting and intriguing article. Let's see, it says 8 years ago, during an annual meeting between Valonia Empire and the Irgia Republic, the Empire allowed the share of Catastropium, the powerful crystals in which only the Empire could produce. This included the share of their equipments and the help of upgrading their own fleet. In exchange, the Republic must pay them goods double than normal. The agreement lasted for 10 years. Interesting. So yes, dealing with intrigue and spying and all that kind of stuff, this is a very interesting article. And the titles as well is very intriguing. To find the fishy menace. Nice. So I did not look at the spoilers. If you guys want to look at the spoilers, feel free to click the link. I will share the link again in the chat to this plot. And go ahead and feel free. And thank you once again to Ed Sherrill for, sharing that with us. I'm going to edit article again, and we are going to just get the article block here. Josiah Source says, I have to go. Bye, Josiah Source. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Much success. Let's see. We're going to the footer, and we're going to add this block here. And we will talk about what we learned from these articles soon. All right. Let's go ahead and go get this Tridensor host article, since you are right here right now. Katoi Poi. Thank you. If you are still here, please let me know, because I want to read it while you're here. Let me take a sip of tea. Katoi Poi is here. Woot woot. Alrighty. Tridensor host. Am I saying that correctly? Please let me know if I'm not. Let's see. DreamCartographer says, bye, Josiah Source. Nice. Tridensor host, if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, let me know. Okay, yes, I am. Okay, great. I am one of those who serve the god of justice, Anam. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, too. I am proud to be a member of the Tridensor host. When called to service, I serve in a support role as a medic and advisor to the Lord Commander of the Citadel. We soul-forged honor Anam in thanks for rescuing our souls from their imprisonment in the Quirinal Pit? Quirinal Pit? Yes, I think that's it. If I'm mispronouncing anything, please let me know. And that was the instructor of recruits talking. I always enjoy your articles having these little things. Like, I like how they have the little button here, and the little profile picture of each person talking. And you do lots of great CSS too with your world like that. I like the little spinny thing. And then it brings up the codex. That's really cool. But like I said, CSS is not everything. But when people do good with CSS, I appreciate it. And it's really nice and cool to look at. The instructor of recruits, of course, is an article I'm sure that we are able to read. Yes, when we see them right here. All right. The Tridenser host and the Frozen Horde have a long and checkered history of trying to wipe each other out of existence. They're the only ones who could stop us from taking over the continent. Now we fight on the same side, defending our world. My ancestor orcs would be horrified to see me partnered with a mechanical animite, teaching point ears and humies. But here we are. Interdimensional conflict sure does make strange bedfellows. And that is Sergeant Killflare talking. And yeah, there they are. I see him commenting on a lot of your articles. Let's see. In the annals of history, the Tridenser host has been seen as the most powerful army for the forces of law and good, the power behind human hegemony, and the strong sword and shield of the sovereignty of Lozar in all of its forms. The Order of the Tridensers send their finest and most dedicated warriors to the citadel of Anam to take their rightful place as Quirinal defenders. I think that's the one you said was correct. Quirinal. Yep, so I like how there's links to all these articles. Wait, did I put it in the chat? No, I didn't. You guys, check it out. Sorry. I keep forgetting to do that. Read it on your own time. And this is one of those very packed articles where there's so much, going on here. You can keep this article, save it, bookmark it, and then you can explore all the other kinds of things that are linked in the world. And like you said, it's quite a dense article. So you said reading the quotes is good. Let's see. We can still read a little bit more, though. The Tridensers, the Church of Anam, and other members of Oath of Anam take great pride in their service to Anam, the god of justice. When he withdrew from the world with the other gods, he charged his church and the Tridensers with the duty of saving the dead of lost Quirinal. They see the creation of Soul Forged and the resulting redemption of the dead as a sacrament of their religion. Interesting. There is a picture here, and this was created, it looks like, mostly in Hero Forge, but edited. Yes. Very interesting. I love the floating sidebar. I like that too, because one of the pet peeves I have is when the sidebar is like longer or shorter than the body of the text. But you can easily just quit that altogether as long as the sidebar stays still. That is something that I like. Let's see what it says. Top secret. Oh, this is one of the missions that this was this the answer to Demi's mission? Okay, so Demetrius of World Anvil and World Ember was giving out some missions. So let's see. Your World Ember mission, should you choose to accept it, is write articles about the most important and the most commonly used military units in your world's armies. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds. So yes, this is one of the 8 answers to his mission. Nice. Oh, I see. These are the challenge responses. So you have all 8 listed here. So yes, if you guys want to check that out later, do. Check this article out. There's so many things linking to this article. This links out everywhere. So let's just kind of read a little bit. This is one. This mechanical man at the gate of heaven, year 1. This one is designated number 1975. This one is genderless. This one's purpose is to stand at the eastern gate. This one holds a spear. This one permits or denies entry. The day is designated heaven. The manifest celestial dimension is designated Elysium. This one is my fave. The Mechanical Man story is the heart of it. Nice. The flesh mortals, designated pilgrims, come to visit the manifest Elysium. As of the 7th hour past dawn, the number of flesh mortals passing me are 3,502 and counting. The flesh mortals have leakage from their optical sensors. The flesh mortals make vocalizations associated with emotions. Ha hoo ha ha ha. This one cannot tell if it is the laugh or the cry. A small human bearing colored foliage walks by and looks at this one. It comes to this one and says, I love how you hold your spear, but you look so sad. I was bringing this sunflower to give the gods, but you look like you could use it more. This one now has a flower on this one's armor. Oh, wow. And that was told by first person, number 1975, Soul Forge Holy Defender. That is an interesting piece. How the person who is narrating refers to themselves as this one. And I kind of didn't understand at first, but I get it now. So it's like this one is designated number 1975. This one's purpose is to stand. This one, that's really interesting. I like how you chose to present this. And this one is basically observing things that are happening. And I guess this one is the mechanical man, so they don't really understand human emotions, the flesh mortals, as they call them, and how they saw them and they said they have leakage from their optical sensors. Yes, those were obviously tears, but this one doesn't understand if it is crying or laughing, because they are saying ha hoo ha ha ha, which of course, this mechanical man is not able to differentiate the emotion. And this is a very introspective piece. And like you said, the center of the story, the heart of the story, because it shows a perspective. And it just, in that one small short piece, it gives us a lot of information to the world and to what's going on. And I personally love when you get into the eyes of a person inside of the story. It really helps us to see how they are experiencing it and to, realize what the world is about and the different perspectives within it. So thank you again for sharing that piece. Very interesting. It was like heartfelt, and it was a little bit comical, but it was very heartfelt, especially when the human gave them the flower. So these are the Knights of the Tridancer. There is another one. Keep going down, you'll see. Oh, there should be more of it. Okay. Over the millennia, legendary Knights of the Tridancer have faced down evil hordes, demonic invasions, and insane elder gods. They never turned away from a fight, even when the odds were hopeless. They continued their watch on the Quirinal pit with the promise that their banners will never run. Interesting. So they never back down, no matter what. Here's another quote. I trust my steel and ceramic troops just as much as I trust those of flesh and blood. We have stood together no matter what the pit has thrown at us. And that is Sir Arnaldus Sapphire Knight Banneret. All right, these are the Holy Defenders. The heavily armored holy defenders from the bulk of the host. The majority of them are soul-forged, with the balance made up of humans, dwarves, and half-elves coming from the lands who make up the Oath of Anam. They are typically covered in heavy armor, carry shields, and wield pikes and longswords. They protect the pit wall and guard the eastern gate. We are stronger together. We will not break, and that is what they say. And all of these Hero Forge images are giving us a peek into the world, which is nice. Oh, it is another one. Mechanical Man at the Gate of Heaven, year 10. So that was year 1. I guess they were just born, I guess, just soul forged, I think it is. And this is their, or either they were soul forged before, but they were just standing there at the gate. That was their first year of standing at the gate. All right, self designate number 1975, called Spearholder. So now they have been named Spearholder, I guess. Self guards the eastern gate. The manifest today is Elysium. Self looks through the crowd of persons going through the gate. Self looks for Flower Giver, the formerly small person who is now a grown person. Self sees the red hair and green eyes of the young human carrying a bouquet of sunflowers. The young human comes every Elysium heaven to give flowers to the young human's gods. Spearholder, it is always good to see you. The young human pulls a sunflower from the bouquet. It's my wedding day today. Wish me luck and many children. The young human makes the sound known as laughter. The young human makes the movement known as dancing. The young human enters the eastern gate, and now they have renamed themselves Spearholder, number 1975, Soulforge Holy Defender. Okay, so I get why you like this now. We are starting to... Oh no! It's an ad! Okay, it's an ad. Let me know when you're back. All right. While the ad is going, I'll just start eating these noodles that are beginning to get a little bit cold. Meanwhile, hello. If you're here and you're not seeing an ad, my name is Wordy Girl, and we are reading world building articles. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Noodles. All right, so we have that. And we have tea. Okay. Good boy back. Okay. Great. Yeah. If you're just now joining us, thank you for joining. We are going through this article called Tridenser Host Formation by Good Toy Boy. And it's very interesting. And I was trying to say something that I really wanted you to hear, so I'm glad you told me there was an ad. I said, now I understand why you love this story so much, because through these little segments, we see the growth of the mechanical man. First, in year one, they are saying this one is designated. This one. But I realize the small human bearing colored foliage said, I love how you hold your spear. So now they refer to themselves as spear holder. Also, they saw that the colored foliage was called a sunflower because the small human said, I was bringing this sunflower. You look like you need it because you look like you're sad. So now the mechanical man is learning, and we can see 10 years later how the mechanical man has grown, and that's very interesting. I don't know if there's more excerpts in the article, but I do know now why you like the story so much. It was already interesting at first, but now seeing this progression and growth in the article is very cool. Yeah, so at first they didn't know if it was a laugh or a cry. Now they know that this human is laughing and dancing. So they have character development. All right, let's read some more. Clerics of Anam. The fighting clerics of Anam from the heart and soul of the Tridenser host. Oh, they form the heart and soul. Most of them are devotees to Saint Miriam, the Silver Tridenser. They provide divine support for the soldiers they serve with. These talented healers also double as mechanics and repairmen for their soul-forged brethren. Oh, skyships. And this was made during using Midjourney. Midjourney is very interesting. And I know it's a little bit controversial, the AI, but it does output some interesting pieces. I cannot deny that. Oh, and then there is the last Mechanical Man of the Gate of Heaven, year 100. So first we were in year 1, then we went to year 10. Now let's see what happens at year 100. They refer to themselves as I now. It says, I guard the eastern gate on the day of heaven. It is Elysium today. I shed a tear, as I do every Elysium heaven. I miss my friend. Aww, this is so sad. And now they call themselves Sunflower. That is amazing. Thank you so much to Katoy Play for sharing this article, and I do understand how you adore that transitioning through this, you know, piece. I like how you did that though. Between different, oh yes, the skyships. I will talk about that too. Sorry, I skipped it. Like the rest of the Quirinal defenders, the host has a skyship armada to turn back aerial threats. They supplement the already formidable Tridenser Dragon Riders with a fleet of skyships called the Tridenser Sky Guard. The Sky Guard consists of 3 capital-class ships and their attendant group of smaller frigates and patrol ships. The signature of Sky Guard are the unique soul-forged sky ships. Soul-forged aviators control capital-class dreadnoughts through hex crystal soul helms, allowing them to, and there's a link to what those are, allowing them to use the sky ships as if they were their own bodies. Interesting. The soul helms are expensive and difficult to manufacture. The host only maintains 3 of them installed in their main dreadnoughts. The flagship Falcon Skyguard is a sentient dreadnought whose soul-forged captain merged with the ship permanently through a soul helm accident. Oh, wow. She has resisted all attempts to separate her, preferring to live as a skyship rather than having a mortal-sized body. That is very interesting there. Forging with these ships is very interesting. So yeah, there's a lot to explore here in this world. I like how the article is very detailed. You have lots of art. It's not just a big, block of word wall. It's like picture over here, a little bit of text, quote, picture over here, another header, story, headers, pictures, story. And then, like I said already about the CSS and about this floating sidebar, very interesting, awesome. Thank you so much for sharing this. And I do love the progression of all of it. Just the telling about the, oh no, what happened? Did I do something wrong? Hopefully I have that. Okay, I did not. Okay. Telling about the, article, telling about the formation, and then adding these stories. Thank you for sharing it. I appreciate that. That was a very interesting roller coaster ride, and it does make me very curious about the world as well. Yes, so there we go. And I'm going to add little snippets of what I learned from each of these articles. Yeah. So then the last one that I have already on here is TJ's article of Gauntlet. And I will look at that soon. I do have to jump up for one moment. Okay. But yes, once again, Kapoipoi, thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate it. You do say thanks for reading it. And thank you for my thoughts. Well, thank you. I appreciate you sharing. Gauntlet is a Tour de Force article. Yes, so we are going to check that out in a moment. But if you are just now joining, we are reading some World Anvil articles. If you would like me to read yours, please do put them in the chat. If you can, redeem the wisp, read my article, please. And I will get to it because it will be in the queue for me to read. But I'm going to show the intro screen one more time because I have to jump up and do something. I will be right back really quickly. But don't go anywhere if you don't want to or need to because I will be back in a moment. Thank you for your patience. Alrighty, see you in a sec. Hello, and welcome back. Yep, I'm good now. So, if you're just now joining us, thank you for joining. We are just going through some article reads for World Ember and figuring out what we're learning about the different articles. We are also doing lots of other fun stuff. There's things in the chat that you can redeem with the wisps if you would like to derail the stream, or if you would just like to ask me to do random things. You can also contribute to our lovely Valentine's Day stream that I'm seeing if we can do on Valentine's Day. And I will dress up and we'll have fun Valentine's Day stream. If you would like to contribute to that, feel free. Do know that these things do not cost actual money. They are just the wisps that you earn by staying in the stream, watching streams, chatting, following, and subscribing to my channel. Those wisps will refill as time goes by. So if you would like to redeem anything in that shop or contribute to a team goal, feel free to do so. Much appreciated. If you would like to donate monetarily as well, I do have lots of cool stuff that will happen if you do so. So, feel free. Let's see if I can do the support. Co-host, are you here? No? Co-host is not here. What happened to him? Okay. Well, he's here. I see him right there. You are just lazy, are you, co-host? I will get you something to do in one moment. Oh, I see something. Hold on. Okay. So let us see. Oh, DreamCartographer has contributed to the Valentine's stream challenge. Thank you so much for contributing, DreamCartographer. Much appreciated. Yeah. It's very weird. I did see. No. Okay. So a warrior of the wind is messaging me in. Oh, wow. Katoy has contributed. Thank you so much, Katoy for contributing to the Valentine's stream. Let's see. Warrior of the Wind is watching, but they are not in the Twitch chat. If you can hear me right now talking, I don't think that you are lagging. because I'm live talking to you on Discord right now. So they want me to read one of their articles. Let's see. I am asking them a question to see if they are currently hearing. Yes, you can. Okay, great, great, great. All right, so feel free to let me know what article you would like me to read. You can put it in the Discord if you're not on the Twitch chat. It's no worries. And then, yeah, I will get it. Sorry, I did not, have my Discord up, but I'm glad that I checked over here. Let us go to see which article Warrior of the Wind wants me to read. All right, Cresta and the Imp, it looks like. And is this a World Ember article for 2022? Yes, it is. Alrighty, so we will read that as well in one moment. Firstly, I am just confused for a moment. Let's see, Cloudbot, where are you? What's wrong with... I don't understand what's going on with the stream, but okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix this later. I must have to fix it later. It's something weird about... It's something weird about this. Hold on. Oh, did it get disabled? Okay. Sorry, I just had to figure that out. Yay! Oh no! It's not! What is wrong with Handsome Co-host? Okay. We will figure it out, bro. Sudian, in the meantime, has contributed to the Valentine's Date stream as well. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate all of the contributions to the challenge. Hopefully, yeah, we'll make our goal, and then we are already almost halfway there. So I appreciate all you guys contributing. Each of you have contributed 2,000 of these wisps, so I'm really thankful. Yeah, so we are going to get into Warrior of the Wind's article, which is Cresta and the Imp. Alrighty, Cresta. Yes, I think I was saying it right. And I'm glad that you have the pronunciation there. That is one of the things that I am always happy about, because I do want to pronounce things correctly. How the Cresta became so grand. Interesting. So this is quite a long article. I might have to skim through a little bit, but we are going to read a bit as we can. Without a doubt, the oldest, most popular, and widely recognized tale shared among the Thangian people. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Maybe there is there's a tooltip. Empowered by generations of experience and backed by their 4 major goddesses, they are fearsome folk to face in battle. Interesting. And it does actually link to them. Thangian. Yes, I was right. Great. As close to creation myth as can be found among the aboriginal humans displaced from Earth via transgalactic rifts. Interesting. The Cresta and the Imp has been interpreted in many ways, but is remarkably consistent in its retellings with very little variations in the core story. Much of Thangian mythology centers around 4 queens: Roth, Witherin, Urodin, and Ritho. Not sure if I'm pronouncing those right. But this tale seems to predate the arrival of the goddesses, with the ancient artwork depicting this tale found decorating the ancient caves found in the Northern Ring, where Freelanders sought refuge from the dread winter eons ago. Interesting. So, let's see if there's any kind of comments in the Discord. I'm trying to keep my eyes open now for that because I did not know that they were messaging me there. All right, let's see. The tale in its entirety seems straightforward enough for an animal fable. A stranger from afar issues a seemingly impossible challenge, with those addressed passing the buck until they reluctantly petition another party for aid. The nameless conqueror appears from the heavens, threatening the beasts of the world with eternal slavery unless they defeat his minion, the demonic imp. The animals bicker amongst themselves, critiquing their strengths and weaknesses. There is one animal they have not yet asked for, fear of him refusing. Oh, there's one animal they have not yet asked for fear of them refusing. Cresta. And there's a link to Cresta, who Cresta is. Oh, yep, it is a link to Cresta as well. And it's a tooltip. I like it. Impossible to tame, foolhardy to ride, hazardous to incense. Grand Crestas permeate all aspects of Thangian culture, from combat techniques to architecture to mythology. So that is a species. Cresta is a species. Oh, wow. It looks kind of like a unicorn-like animal. Interesting. They remind me a bit of the not plesiosaurs. The Parasaurolophus kind of dinosaurs a little bit. How their heads are shaped. I get it. They're a little bit like unicorns, but they look kind of like dinosaurs. They're very interesting. I like it. And this was also created for World Embers, so I'm going to add that to my reading list as well. I want to read about those. Okay. Sorry, I'm derailing. Let's go back to this. Cresta says nothing, neither declining or accepting, but walks forward to face the imp. Very brave. The imp, full of confidence from never having lost a fight, instigates combat, striking Cresta's body and limbs with fiendish speed. The imp stated to have used its opponent's strength against it in the past, but Cresta has not yet retaliated. Seemingly triumphant, the imp leaps high and dives down, aiming to slay Cresta. Cresta simply tilts his horn forward, catching the imp in its descent and impaling it through its twisted heart. With his prized minion slain, the cowardly conqueror flees the world entirely, never to return. Cresta shrugs the imp's corpse from his horn and bellows triumphantly. The animals flock to him, praising his victory and prostrating themselves before him, viewing him as their king. Cresta refuses the title, lest he become a tyrant like the conqueror. He turns to depart and return to his home in the Kundane. The animals respect his decision and decide if he does not wish to rule, then they will call him Grand Cresta. So he is known far and wide as the Lord of Might. Very interesting. Ooh, and that's a drawing. You drew this yourself? I'm assuming. Warrior of the Wind. Very nice. Oh no, it says Madrina. Did it? Is that you? That probably is you. Hold on. Who is this? Let me go to the metadata, because so many people have different names in different... Yep, Madrina is you. Okay, great. Mardrina, sorry. Yes, that is you. Great. Because I'm like... So many people have like different names on Discord and different names here and there, because I did see you did comment on my article, by the way, but I didn't see you actually ask me to read something. So thank you so much for sharing this. This is very cool, and I share it in the Twitch chat as well, so you guys can check it out on your own time. There's so many things that you can link out to. That was a very interesting story. We're gonna read a little bit more of this. So I'm skimming a little bit. So yeah, this is a story. And now I see why the Crestas are so held so highly in the world. They have so much lore behind them. Uh, Darius Insight? Not sure. During his great trek abroad, Darius wrote of observing a Cresta stallion in the midst of fording suddenly pause, raise its head, then turn to one side and tilt its horn forward. Darius yelped like a panicked child upon seeing a Griffin, one of the helmed hawks that prowled the skies, suddenly impel itself upon the extended horn. Ouch. He had witnessed before how Griffin would dive with such speed to plow through the neck of an idle caracal, leaving the poor thing bleeding out horrendously before it realized what happened. Here, it seemed as if the Cresta remained alert of the danger and reacted quickly enough to catch the overambitious hunter unawares. Perhaps, Darius thought, a sight such as this had inspired the ancient author as to the stoic skill of the Grand Cresta. However, the Griffin is described as one of the imperiled beasts, standing alongside mortal enemies such as pay monkeys and Kyria cattle. I don't know if I'm pronouncing these things right. Sorry. So it could not have possibly inspired the imp's design. The theory presents another puzzle in itself to the nature of the imp and the conqueror. When Darius ventured into the cave of the northern ring, he came across scrolls of pigment upon rough rock spread throughout the dripping interior. The tale had been in common circulation long before the foundation of Bain Shabo, but in these scrolls he found what he believed to be the first depiction of the actors in this primordial tale. A mysterious humanoid figure shrouded in a cloak, the sturdy four-legged hulk of a grand cesta rampant, and the leaping lithe figure of the imp, hooked horns curling from its head and a long thin tail curling from its backside, its tail tipped like an arrow. Interesting. Darius wondered if perhaps the ancient artist had mistaken the mischievous pay monkey for a demonic creature, and the tale had been inspired by the sight of one of the gold-furred primates attempting to pilfer food from a Cresta stallion who took umbrage to its brazen theft and retaliated by skewering it. Given primates on the old world are known to be extremely covetous and vicious regarding food, seizing or extorting morsels from passers-by, this would seem a plausible origin. However, this presents its own contradiction, as in much artwork regarding the tale, the pay monkey is portrayed alongside other animals, such as the griffin, Vitriolus, Kyria, and the tree bear. The pay monkey, with its long wispy fur like fine thread spun from sunlight, looks nothing at all like the scheming, capering imp, which resembles a classical devil or demon with its hook-like nose, curled horns, arrow-tipped tail, and clawed hands and feet. So this is interesting. I like how in this article, you are exploring how people in the world are coming together and trying to figure out what the origin of this tale was. Maybe this was inspired by another creature in the world, but wait, it can't be, because it was depicted besides all the other animals, and none of these animals look like the imp. So this is quite a mystery, in my opinion as well. So this is spoiler warning. We don't have to read it. So the Cresta and the Imp is known far and wide amongst both city dwellers and freelanders, and remarkably consistent for having its origins in a purely oral form. Even the Thunton have heard of this tale as far back as their first contact with the Dairies. The performing art of Ilodun can trace its beginnings to reenactments of the tale by ancient freelanders using scavenged Cresta bones and hides dancing vigorously by the fireside. Interesting. Let's see. There are variations. Sometimes it is referred to the Conqueror and his imp. Katoipo is getting lunch. Lurking. Thank you for lurking. Enjoy your lunch. I pray you have a nice, yummy lunch. Whatever you are choosing to eat. The imp is stated as leaping to and fro, dancing, capering in such a way to stupefy its opponents. Kyria Bull attempts its challenge, but is hypnotized and dispatched with ease. Likewise, a mother tree bear goaded to attack when the imp threatens her cub succumbs to the rhythmic bounding. The imp is stated as having a power to either bewitch its opponents by incapacitating them or using their strength against them, such as the Kiara and the tree bear's physical attacks. Some versions feature the pay monkey among proposed challengers, with the beast praising his dexterity and speed, while others omit him from the roster even though he is featured in most artwork. Conversely, the I'm not going to be able to pronounce this. Stetovenesi Stanavosini is not present in any version of the artwork, likely because of its diminutive nature and tendency to scamper inside its burrow at the slightest rustle. In any other fable, it might seem fitting for the smallest of the beasts to win the day, but because Stangians prize strength and passion, the Grand Cresta is viewed as the embodiment of these virtues. Interesting. Conqueror is always portrayed as a humanoid, either fair-skinned man with dark curling hair clothed in voluminous robes, much the way the dark wizard or warlock would appear, or with a face completely obscured in a shadow. The tale has many interpretations throughout the ages, chiefly in allegorical terms such as the cresta representing human perseverance, the ancient quarrel between the celestial brothers. Thuruk is reviewed as the Grand Cresta, while Thangor is seen as the scheming imp. So there's so many different interpretations these people have. It is usually told in oral form, but it can be found in a variety of versions, such as picture books, illuminated script, and, of course, Illodons, which I think that is like the plays when they put on the, stage play, like they said, with the costumes and all that kind of stuff. So interesting. So this is a recitation as told by Kiki Kroll, Rona. Interesting. So we can say this. Long ago, when the world was young, before Irodin forged the stars, before man ever dwelt in Benashibo, before Thangid was even called Thangid. I'm sorry, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. One of the animals lived in the world, and at first they lived alone in peace. Only the animals lived in the world. Only the animals lived in the world. And at first they lived alone in peace. Then one day a being came from the sky and spoke to the animals. Many distances have I traveled, many worlds have I visited, and all I have claimed as my own. I will claim your world, and you will serve me for all of eternity, unless you defeat my champion. Now the conqueror's minion was a horrible creature, a demon imp of great cunning and agility, but a wicked soul, a mockery of all animals. Choose your champion, the conqueror said, and do battle with my minion. The animals were frightened, and they gathered together to choose who would save them. The Kyria bull, great is his strength and size, but he is impulsive, quick to anger, and clouded by pride. The Garfin, sharp are his talons, and swift are his blows, but he is overconfident, and does not conserve his energy. The tree bear, thick is his hide, and thicker is his fur, but he is fat and lazy, with little patience and endurance. The Vitrilas, he is fast and cunning, wise in the hunt, but he is a scavenger with no loyalties to the world. After much deliberation, the animals were left with only one choice, Cresta. But they were concerned, for Cresta dwelt in solitude, seldom caring to mingle with the other animals. They came to Cresta and petitioned him to meet the conqueror's challenge. Cresta said nothing, and the animals feared he would refuse, but Cresta turned and traveled to meet the imp. The conqueror saw that Cresta had come forth, and he smiled, confident his imp would win. Every champion the imp had battled had lost, for the imp was quick and cruel, always finding a way to turn the champion's skill against them. Cresta waited, and the imp attacked. It hit Cresta's neck and his side, but Cresta would not move. The imp struck his legs and his belly, and still Cresta would not move. The imp felt it had won and moved to strike Cresta's head and destroy him. Cresta bowed his head, but not in defeat, for he splayed the great curved horn atop his head. The imp squealed and flailed, but he could not escape, and it impaled itself upon Cresta's horn. Ouch. The imp was dead, and with it the conqueror's dreams of claiming the world. He fled, never to be seen again in the world or any others. Cresta flung off the imp's corpse and roared in triumph. The animals rejoiced and cheered for Cresta. They bowed to him and wanted to make him their king. Cresta gave a mighty stamp that shook the ground. He had not vanquished a tyrant merely to become one himself, so he left, returning to his home. The animals saw the wisdom in this and understood, and decided to call him Grand Cresta, so they would always remember that he is the Lord of Might, greatest of the one's mortal creations. Very interesting. And there are so many different art pieces and stuff displayed of this. There's a fair amount of artwork depicting the Cresta engaged in heated mortal combat with the demonic imp, exchanging and deflecting blows. But in the actual story itself, the Cresta remains perfectly still and tricks the imp into impaling itself. Yeah, so this is very interesting, and I like how it is very much like real world articles, real world stories that have been passed down from generation to generation. As you notice, really in the real story, he didn't fight at all. He just stood there. But of course, there's going to be some people who want to display how powerful he is and show him moving and show him clashing and all that stuff. But of course, that is not how the story went. But I like how realistic this article is and how detailed it is and the mystery about it. Let's see some of the quotes in the side. I am not as well versed in history as others. Rona, however, is a frequent visitor of the archives and an avid student of lore. She would be more qualified to enlighten you to our world's traditions and history. So this is nice, and there's like a little quotes in the sidebar telling about how people are telling the story and stuff like that. Nice. Very interesting. So once again, thank you guys so much. Thank you, a warrior of the wind, aka Margarina. And if you guys would like to read this on your own time, please do. I have put the link in the chat once again. I have just linked it to my article so that I can tell what I learned about it. Very interesting. Oh, right. Let me stretch out. Alrighty. So that was great. Next, we do have a Gauntlet, which is by TJ Trewin. And, yes. This is a game. So we've had a nice spread so far. We've had, let's see, a species. We've had a food dish. We've had a plot. We've had a military formation. And we've had a myth. So now we're going to a game, which is called Gauntlet. It is a tradition. This is considered a tradition because World Anvil, if you're not familiar with it, has so many different article templates and stuff like that. So you are able to choose what you would like to use, which one you would like to put your article under. And this was good. Excuse me. All right. I like the art already. Let's see. Gauntlet. A popular strategy-based card game originating in Melior that is enjoyed even beyond the rifts. Nice. All right. The mechanics of this card game are still being refined. Any feedback is greatly appreciated. Click here to jump to an example playthrough. So we don't have to, but there is an example playthrough on this page. So if you would like to play it, feel free to go to that link in the chat and play it yourself on your own time. Gauntlet is a two-player strategy-based card game enjoyed by folks in every known realm thanks to its popularization among traders who took it overseas and through the rifts. The game consists of 48 cards divided evenly between 4 personalities, suits. This deck is contained in a leather pouch along with a separate pouch of wooden tokens or coins. The two pouches are wrapped up neatly in the leather game mat known as the playing field, and there's a tooltip to tell us what that is. It's sometimes spelled as playing field with a space. Gauntlet is enjoyed by folks as young as 10 or as old as time itself. Many adults enjoy playing longer games with higher prize stakes, often using coins rather than wooden tokens as damage indicators that can be won or lost. Interesting. So these are the different card suits: farmer, fighter, privateer, servant, shield bearer, smuggler, spy, therapist, vandal, activist, barkeep, butcher, chaperone, clothier, and farmer, and it goes back around. Very interesting. I wonder about this art. Is the art credited? Did TJ draw this? Yes. 3 gauntlet cards by TJ. Wow, TJ drew those. Those are nice. Okay, the game is believed to have originated from somewhere within the Melopian, and this is a private article, I'm sure, Commonwealth, but nobody is sure exactly which country has the rightful claim to its conception. Everyone proudly boasts that their homeland was the one who invented the game, and each origin story is more bizarre than the next. Now, I disagree. See, I reckon that Gauntlet clearly comes from Garone because it was used generations ago in a military training exercise for new recruits. And then, when it became a card game, the armies of the Joldarin Empire went and spread it around everywhere they went. And that is a Garonian woman explaining her theory on the origins of the game. Though nobody truly knows the country of origin for Gauntlet, the story that is most well known about the game says that it was inspired by a form of rural punishment used by folks who didn't have access to a courthouse or fair trial. Interesting. When small settlements were in a disagreement due to conflicting evidence over a committed crime, they would pick notable members of the community, all from different professions and walks of life, to form 2 lines facing each other. The accused would stand before them and slowly walk through the middle, known as the gauntlet, and receive either a vote of support or a punishment of choice from each member of the community in a lineup. If the accused was still standing at the end of the gauntlet, their punishment was deemed as complete. They took no punishments at all, then they were completely pardoned of the crime. The card game evolved into having 2 teams or communities face off against each other, with folks in the lineup defending their own accused, now called a runner, and attacking the opposing team. Interesting. And I like how, like, a lot of games, real games that are that we know of, were created not just to play. So I like the origin stories of this and how they have deeper story than just being something to entertain you. Objective. Let's see. 2 players sit next to each other at the table and unroll the leather mat of the playing field in front of them. A deck of cards is shuffled and split equally between the 2 players, or each person can use their own separate stylized deck for aesthetics if they wish. That's interesting. Unlike other strategy based card games, players don't need to hold cards or keep secrets from their opponent, so it's tradition to sit next to each other so that you both get to run forwards through the gauntlet. For players who have limited arm mobility or folks short on table space, it's perfectly fine to sit across the table from one another. Each player will place 4 cards from the top of the deck into their lineup. These cards can attack, defend, evade, and heal. More on those later. And the cards are placed with the top edge front facing inward, so the cards are facing off against each other. Next, the player places down 1 card from the top of the deck as a runner. Once this card moves into its ready position, it needs to run forward through the gauntlet and reach the end to be victorious. So interesting. The player who gets 3 cards to successfully run the gauntlet wins the game. A round of gauntlet can be made shorter by playing up to the first victory or by playing a knockout game where the first to knock out 3 of the opponent's cards wins. Interesting. And issuing a challenge. To challenge someone to a game of gauntlet, you point your bundled up game of gauntlet towards a person's chest and proclaim your challenge to them by name before firmly throwing the bundle down upon the table. This is the believed origin of the phrase throw down the gauntlet to mean issue a challenge. Really? That's interesting. I do not know how to pronounce that, but I do challenge you to a game of gauntlet. First to 3 wins. Loser does all of the cleaning this week. And this is Boa Lanta challenging her wife. Interesting. To accept the challenge, the opponent must declare that they accept and pick up the game of gauntlet and begin to unravel it rather to play. Interesting. Important etiquette: challenges may be always declined without any reason given, and this decision should always be respected. Any challenge issued without a name or proper degree of respect is deeply frowned upon. Slapping an opponent across the face with a gauntlet playing field is considered an offense. This is very interesting lore. Before game begins, a prize may be agreed upon. Players should also decide if they want to play with wooden tokens as damage point indicators or coins that can be won or lost. This is a setup of the playing field. Then there's the cards, and it tells the personality, aka the suit, the type, the artwork, the customization, side hit points. Interesting. So these are all the kinds of, this is very detailed article, and it's so detailed that I'm sure that people could actually play it if they had the cards. So this section, TJ notes, is a work in progress, of course. So I'm not going to read all these rules, but we are just going to see the example playthrough so we can kind of know. This is interesting. This is created with slides.com. Speaker's notes. Scroll through and read these notes. You'll be prompted when to click the next button. Interesting. All right, this is an example of, let's see, can we full screen this? It's not working. Okay, it's fine. All right, take a look at the playing field. Let's see. Interesting. So I'm just going to look at it. Go to the next. See? The cards slide out. That's nice. And it indicates what you do and what can be played. Interesting. So the mechanics are very detailed. I can tell TJ actually took a lot of time and attention making this and thinking up this card game. Nice. All right, so it's, I guess, telling you different things that can be done. You're trying to get your card all the way to here. This is very detailed, and this is actually a way to actually show you how to play it. And they got a card there. Great. Victory. Nice. And then it starts back over again. So this is a very interesting article from TJ. And It's very nice. If we had these cards in real life, I'm convinced that we would be able to play something. Um, Thank you so much again to TJ for sharing that article. Oh, did I close it? Drat. History. I'm going to go back and get the article block, and we're going to put this article block um, in this article because we need to, share these, and that's the purpose of this. The purpose of this is to read through other people's articles and tell what we won. Not what we won. I'm still talking about the Gauntlet game. To share what we've learned from each article. DreamCartographer said that was pretty cool. Yes, it was pretty cool, and I like how it can be played in real life. Like it was very detailed enough, like for that to have been an instruction manual included in a deck of cards. So that was really cool. All right, so if you're just now joining us, thank you so much for stopping by. If you would like me to read your article, please do. Redeem read my article, please, with the little wisps in the chat. And for now, that's all I believe that I've gotten of articles. Let me see. There may have been something else. Let me go to my New Year's update and see if anybody commented. Oh, they did. Okay. I don't see. I think they okay, this is quite a bit of articles. Okay. We'll see about these. They weren't really properly linked, but I'll see. Okay. So, I do know that for the World Building Challenge, we're supposed to try to write, we're supposed to try to read articles from different people. So, this is quite a few articles. I will see which one. Very interesting. They're very detailed articles. What should I... Ooh, another food article. All right, very interesting. I do see that I actually asked them if I had permission to stream them. I'm sure that they probably are going to say yes, but I don't remember seeing if they actually said yes or not. Yep, okay, I see. Yes, they actually did say yes. All right, great. So, if you're just now joining, thank you so much for stopping by our stream. We are just reading through some World Anvil articles for World Ember. And if you have one, if you are part of the World Anvil community and you participated in World Ember and you would like me to read one of your articles, feel free to let me know in the chat. For now, we are kind of just going through some. We actually read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 so far. We're supposed to, I think, get 9. Might supposed to get 10, not sure. But we need 4 more. But actually, this right here, 2 of these are by the same person. I feel like they're supposed to be from 9 different people. Let's go back to the actual page. Where is the actual page? Yes, competition homepage. There we go. So let's read what it is, what the official rules are. Yep, I see it right here. It says 10 articles. Um, We recommend choosing them from World Ember special categories and leaderboards. Well, see, this is the thing. I like to read some of the indie articles that are not getting as much attention, personally. And yeah, this tea is now cold. But it's okay. It's vanilla. It tastes good. I feel like I want to heat it up, but it's good. So yeah, it actually doesn't say that they all have to be from different people. It just says pick 10 articles written by Anvilites other than yourself. Which technically can mean I can pick one Anvilite and, go ahead and just read 10 articles from one person. I mean, of course, I'm not going to do that, but I just wanted to make sure that I was not doing it incorrectly by choosing to read several articles by one person. DreamCartographer says it's iced tea now. Yes, it is. Iced tea with no ice. At least it's not watered down. Yeah. So, yeah, that means that it's okay that I have two articles by Astral. Yeah, and it's okay if I have more than one article from Elder Knight Errant. But I feel like that's a little bit too much from Elder Knight Errant. Because there's like literally 5 articles from them. I'm not going to put all of those in here. Even though I might, because then I will have 10 articles. I've done 6 already. And that will be 11 actually. So I don't know. I might. But I probably will end up actually going and seeing other people's articles that I didn't necessarily have permission to show on stream and still add some of them. But yeah. Which one should I read from Elder Knight Errant? So let's just skim through them all. Displaced ones. The displaced ones. The following excerpt is from a question and answer session hosted at the Explorers and Excavators Society of Andon after a lecture given in the year 4133 CE. The guest was Safiya Anwinari, a prestigious archaeologist and specialist in the history of the Crusade and the Reconquest. This is the attempt of a society scribe present at the event to document the interactions in the reception hall as well as the content of the discussion itself. Interesting. So, I'm going to put that link in the chat. If you guys would like to check that out, please do. Let's see. It is a conversation. So, let's see it. Ultimately, my advice. Okay, let's see. Ultimately, my advice is that should your expedition in one of these ancient places be stalled in this manner, by wards utilizing an alien spellcraft, the likes of which you have never encountered, you would do well to remember that some barriers are not meant to keep intruders out. They may be, in fact, meant to keep something in. Have I made myself clear then? A trace of a smile emerged on the guest speaker's lips as the reception hall fell into silence. Normally, one who was giving a talk would welcome questions from their audience, but Anwinari was, if anything, trying to stymie curiosity about her subject. After several seconds, one of the attendees, a young man who spoke with the air of one who was raised chiefly by nannies and tutors, volunteered a question nonetheless, or perhaps it was more of a comment. With all due respect, are we not an explorers society here? Our aim not to overcome such obstacles in pursuit of the lecturer. Is our aim not to overcome such obstacles in pursuit of with the lecturer cut him off. The young man began to turn red as she did so. Clearly, he wasn't used to being interrupted. With every endeavor ought to come due caution and prudence, most of all when you encounter spellcraft beyond the scope of conventional magical practice. Anne Wunnery paused, then continued with a sigh. Still, I suppose it is futile to implore a society of explorers to steer clear of danger, isn't it? Light laughter rippled through the hall at that, even though Anne Wienery had very nearly dismissed them as a club of hobbyists. She knew her audience. Anne Wienery then dropped her briefly jovial tone, speaking with a graveness that had the attendees straightening their backs and necks. I suppose, then, I might as well warn you of the key signs to watch for, if, should you choose to enter such a place. The first and perhaps most obvious sign is the discovery of clearly anachronistic objects in one of these ruins, being that these places are thoroughly, even redundantly, sealed off from the outside world. Any artifacts, implements, or even rubbish that seem out of place within the confines of the ruin should immediately arouse your suspicion. And, as explorers, archaeologists, and historians, you of all people ought to know what it is and not anachronistic. And when it is, know what is and is not anachronistic. Of course, other explanations for anachronistic finds in an ancient ruin do exist. A less obvious, yet far more serious and specific sign is inconsistency in the state and maintenance of the place itself. Obviously, a long uninhabited site should be covered in roughly equal measures of dust, cobwebs, and the like, anywhere you go. But if certain rooms or surfaces are unusually clean, or otherwise indicate recent activity by thinking beings, never mind the question of who or what would choose to live in such a place, ask yourself how. If you appear to be the first person who has broken the seals and opened the gates of such a place, whoever or whatever else is present there must have been residing there for years untold before the seals were first set. Somehow, whatever dwells in there is still alive, too, or at least is still animated. The attendees nodded nearly in unison. A few of them shivered, and Wienery held their rapt attention. The gravest sign of all, however, is hearing voices of any sort in these places. Any ghost stories you've heard from locals can readily be discounted, undoubtedly. The reality is likely much worse. Her voice was now closer to that of a captain preparing fresh conscripts for an upcoming skirmish. Listen, most of all, for an incomprehensible, archaic-sounding language with many affricate sounds, ch, ch, and v instead of w, like in our tongues, and a consonant that sounds like a puff of air through one's lips. You may hear many pairs of vowels together. Tu, a, o, a, I. A few audience members' faces were already wrinkling in confusion. One of them, yet another young man, shrugged. Excuse the interruption, but what, pray tell, do the particulars of the language have to do with what we are encountering? And whose language are you talking about anyway? Anne Wienery could hardly hide her disappointment, having expected better of an audience largely made up of children of fortune. The relevance of those particulars is that such a language has not been spoken across Hafentehi lands, nor Sauken Gat, nor in the Tawami bounds far to the south, nor into Ket, which you may remember is my homeland, for well over 4 centuries. A few attendees' eyes widened upon hearing this. A few attendees' eyes widened upon hearing this, but many others looked just as confused as ever, or even began to look bored. And Winery gave a loud, actor-like stage sigh. I admit, not everyone has a sharp ear for foreign languages, although as well, never mind. If you take nothing else away from my talk today, remember this. In such ruins, you should be listening for strained, agitated voices. They may at times sound more like utterances of raw emotion than like any recognizable words. They may sound as if they have never had a drink of water or ale in their entire lives. But should you hear this speech at all, the only sound advice I can give is to abandon your expedition entirely. And if after one voice arises, many others join it, like a flock of birds alerted by one of its number, it is already too late for you to flee. Murmurs erupted throughout the room at this. One of the attendees then looked back up at Anne Winery, her eyes full of fear and wonder. Already too late? There isn't anything we can do? Let's say your odds are not favorable. Not one bit. The displaced ones. We know not from whence they came, nor what has brought them to dwell in such places, nor even who gave them that name in the first place. But when they sense the presence of human visitors, their purpose is clear: to rend flesh, to snap bones, to disassemble their visitors into their basest parts with a fury that neither human nor animal can muster. They seek their prey relentlessly, and once they catch sight of their mark, they pursue it, us, at a raging, hateful pace. Such is their lust for violence that no injury short of slaying them outright will give them pause. Break their legs and they will not stop their stride, but they will limp and crawl no more slowly than they once sprinted. Mangle their arms and they will lunge at your face first, snapping at you with their jaws, something reeking of death, who knows what, between their teeth. Try to keep them at bay with your spears or with barricades and traps, and they will crawl over the corpses of their fallen kin to reach you. Ouch. Just as they would over rocks and rubble. They are quite plainly monsters, possibly the most dangerous ones you could encounter on any expedition. Predators of the woods can be dissuaded by fire, and the most brutish highwaymen may be open to bargaining. It is not so with the displaced, for they know neither reason nor mercy nor empathy. If indeed you are forced to fight them, do not hold back. You might as well kill them if you are able. Interesting. One of the attendees began to clap, so roused he was by Anne Winery's speech, before stopping awkwardly. The others barely even noticed, their imaginations so sparked with awe and horror. Anne Winery decided that that was a good enough place to wrap up the question and answer session, abruptly thanking everyone for their attention. After nearly half a minute of silence, the attendees began rising out of their chairs, but one of them quietly approached Anne Winery for a final question. Excuse me, but those monsters you spoke of. Anne Winery raised an eyebrow. You said they speak a language, and it sounds like they even kept their own living spaces organized? And I've heard before that they look human. Well, at least they have body plans like we do. However violent they might be, shouldn't they still be considered human? Should we perhaps... Anne Winery's whole body visibly stiffened in response. What happened? Something popped up. I did not mean... Okay. Sorry. Anne Winery's whole body visibly stiffened in response. Her breathing became rapid, almost frantic. She looked as if she couldn't speak, until she did. No. Anne Winery's voice was uncharacteristically stern, and everyone in the hall turned as they heard her response. I would not consider them human at all. Far from it. They may look deceptively human in form, and they may speak in some manner, but no, no, no. Anne Winery folded her arms tightly and began to step back as she spoke, her mind clearly in another place now. Her voice was growing tense, almost shrill. They are wicked, cruel, sadistic beyond measure. No person should sink to such depths and still be considered one of us. Perish the thought. Gods below, don't make me remember their depravity. And don't you dare ask me if they are human. Don't you dare. Don't you even dare. And Winery looked as if she was either about to bolt out of the reception hall or assault the student who had approached her. Elenus, second to the head of society's Aeneiden chapter, quickly intervened, thanking everyone for attending the lecture and gently ushering Anne Winery out of the hall through a back door. Wow, very interesting article there. It was quite lengthy, but it was like a dialogue. Very interesting. Thank you so much to Eld Knight Errant for sharing that interesting article. The back and forth dialogue. I do know that I'm not supposed to necessarily give critique, but I like how you had it, a back and forth dialogue, but I feel like the formatting could be slightly improved to make it a little more understandable. But other than that, I do appreciate this, and I like how it was just like a story, how it was told back and forth. The dialogue was very enjoyable to read like that and read out like a story, and that made it very intriguing. So thanks so much to Elder Knight Errant for sharing that. And I did put that in the chat for you guys to check out on your own time. Yeah, it's we've been streaming for a while. We've gotten through all of the articles that, we have, let's see. I feel like there is a lot going on here. Hold on. Okay. So we've gone through a lot of articles. Great articles. We've read through. We've talked a bit. If you're just now joining us, thank you so much for it. Let's see. I feel like I have some messages somewhere. I am doing a lot at the moment. I appreciate your patience. What is it? Okay. Okay, let's see what's going on here. All right. It's time to stretch a bit. I have been streaming for a while, but we're going to keep streaming. Okay, so thank you so much, everybody, for joining. If you were just now joining, thank you. We have read a lot of World Ember articles for this, challenge, reading challenge. We still have quite a bit to go. I'm supposed to get at least 10 articles. Right now, we have only, I think, 7. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Yes. So if you're from World Anvil and you would like to, get that, get me to read your article on my stream and feature you in my article, feel free to, share in the comments. But yeah, for now, we're going to take a break from that briefly. And I will be right back. I'm going to show the intro screen one more time. Sorry. I do have a be right back screen that I had at first, but unfortunately I don't have it anymore because I switched over and I did not make that screen yet. But we are just going to skip over to the intro screen in a moment, and we will be right back in a moment. All right. Thanks so much for joining. Don't go anywhere unless you need to go somewhere or want to go somewhere. If you do, thank you for stopping by. But if you are still here, don't worry. I'm still streaming. Just one moment. I've got to take a quick break. All right. See you soon. Hello, 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 and welcome, welcome, welcome back. It's me, Wordy Girl again. And I see DreamCartographer putting all the nice emojis in the chat. Neato. All right. So, um, yeah. So, thank you guys for hanging out with me. If you do have to step out, feel free to leave. I just thought that I needed to catch up on some things. So we already did a lot of article reading. We don't have any more dance party break. LOL. Yes, dance party break indeed. Um, yeah, we do not have any more articles that people who have actually, excuse me, asked me to read on stream. But that's fine. If you're stopping by and you have one for me to read, feel free. If you want to do anything else, don't worry. You can do anything by redeeming wisps in the chat. There are so many things you can buy. You can hijack the stream, make me do other stuff too. But yeah, we are just going to go through and now we're going to tell about what we liked about each of these articles. So I'm going to edit in another tab. And the mission is to tell what we learned. So for the, it's called World Ember Reading Challenge, but it's also called New Year's Resolution Challenge. So we kind of want to, let people know, what we learned from each of these articles and what we plan to do now that we've seen the article. So first, we're going to go to the Heathbet article. I will put it in the chat so you guys can check it out. We read this on one of the streams. One of the main things that I enjoyed about this article was the very descriptive wording of the article. Even though there were literally no pictures here, it's okay. It's a work in progress article. And as Eli said, drawing bats is hard. Understandable. But there was not a lack of visualization because the words were so nicely illustrating the picture of these bats in my mind. They are like flames of orange and yellows and reds fluttering through the air like fire. And that is very cool. And I like how they described those bats. So I'm going to go to section. I'm going to go to footer sections. And we're just going to say what we learned about the Heathbats. First, we're going to link the article and link the author. Gonna go to the metadata. Eli Quake. Okay, there we go. Oh, I thought I was already following Eli. I'm not. Okay, following now. Okay, so we are going to link. And copy paste the name. All right, so we're going to say bye. All right, and we're just going to, like, a lot of this is going to be quite boring, I guess. Me just typing out. So if you want me to do anything else, feel free to tell me. We're just chilling out right now. And I'm just doing some work. Perhaps I should put on some music. What kind of music do you think I should put on? Let's see. Let's see if I can find some. Oh, okay. Oh, Warrior of the Wind still has something to say. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see. Kind of loud too. And I don't know. Nope. I think that could be copyrighted. This is so annoying. I should have just done something myself. This whole thing is just very slow and sad. Alright, so I don't know. Is this too loud? Let me know. Copyright free epic music. Yeah, I like that too. Unfortunately, I don't know. Let's see. Epic. No copyright, epic. I am trying to... I feel like there's not really... Okay. No, this looks like it's not going to be free. Okay. Hi. Okay, you know what? I'm just annoyed at this point because I should have just done more research before starting the stream, and that's okay. What is some epic music that I can play that I know is copyright free? I mean, the only thing I know is copyright free is like my own songs, and I don't really have much of that I can play. I know there's like different things that like bots, Twitch apps that you can use to play background music in your background. But let's see. I am trying to find... So this says cinematic orchestral music. Let's see how this goes. It's like I don't really hear it, but I hear it now. It's quite low. I don't know. I don't want it to be too loud for you guys. This is a bit weird. Hi. Okay. This is still quite slow. I don't like the vibes of this because I'm just trying to chill out, but I want it to be like cool chill out music. Um, royalty free. Okay, royalty free instrumental upbeat music like I want. Alright, let's see about this. Alright, I don't know. This seems like it might be good. Hopefully I don't get copyright struck for it, even though it's saying right here that it's copyright free music. Warrior of the Wind is still chatting me on Discord, says if epic music isn't your cup of tea, it's okay. No, it's okay. I actually like epic music. The problem is, like, usually, I have music to do, when I'm writing a certain thing, I like that music to accompany it. Like, if I was writing my fantasy world, I would love that, you know, fantasy epic music, but I'm not writing my fantasy world, unfortunately, right now. So that's why I kind of want to go with, like, upbeat, maybe jazz, something like action movie style kind of music. But I love absolutely every single genre of music, I really do, and especially instrumentals are nice. If right now the volume is bad, please let me know. I am trying to make sure that it's okay, but I don't know if it's actually okay or not. But yeah, it's Warrior of the Wind says, Mom says it makes her fall asleep. No, that's okay. It can help me go to sleep sometimes, but sometimes epic music is actually epic and it does not make me fall asleep at all. But I, you know, just, I like mood music, I guess. It's very weird to say, but it's like if I'm writing something or doing something creative, I want something that fits the mood of what I'm doing. Volume is still okay, says DreamCartographer. Nice. Alright, so if that makes sense, like if I was writing an epic fantasy or like a sad, tragic event happening or like a battle or something, then the slow, epic music would be awesome. I actually like, because Warrior of the Wind said 2 Steps from Hell, I actually enjoy their music. There are a lot of their songs that I have on my playlist for my medieval world of Winsome Horde. There's so much of their, like, those kinds of epic music is for that fantasy world, though. When I'm writing Secret Agent Someone, I usually stick with, like, jazz, techno, offbeat kind of music. Like, I have a playlist for all of the things that I do when I'm just feeling in the mood for something. Then I just, you know, go for it. But if I'm doing something creative, I have a mood music playlist for each of the things that I do. So currently, since I'm not in a fantasy world writing space right now, that's why I just feel like the epic music is not on brand for what I'm doing. But yeah, I totally understand what you mean, but I do love every single genre of music. I honestly do. And instrumentals are ultimately awesome. I like, you know, music with lyrics too, but I want the lyrics to be aligned with my beliefs, at least not going against them. And also, I want the lyrics to not distract me. So if I'm like writing, songs with lyrics sometimes distract me and make me like start typing out the lyrics or stop typing and want to sing with the lyrics if it's a song I know. And you know, that's not good. So I usually stick with instrumentals when I'm doing writing. But yeah, it's just the mood. So don't worry, warrior of the wind. It's not that epic music is making me bored or fall asleep. Epic music is good. It's just that it's not fitting with what I'm trying to do right now. That's all. But yeah, right now I am just trying to edit this reading article. So, yep, there we go. We have the article by, and then we have the author. So let's copy that, put it down here, and the next one is red beef curry by I like this. All right. Oh no, I replaced the wrong one. Okay. Add Cheryl right here. Alright, and we're just gonna go back here. Okay. And you know what I'm probably going to do? I'm probably going to... I feel like the formatting of this is not good. Maybe it shouldn't have 3 columns, but just 2 columns. We're going to... yeah, do a lot of reformatting here. And you guys are probably going to be confused at what I'm doing, but it's okay. If you're bored or confused, let me know. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm just going to be deleting some of these things here. There we go. And that should make the article a little better on the eyes. Yep, so just having two columns might be better than having 3 columns, in my opinion. And then we're just probably going to want to center the whole thing. Alright, let's try that and see what happens. Yep, there we go. Oh no, what happened? Why is that quoted like that? Under add Cheryl. There's an extra quote? Where did that come from? I must have accidentally deleted something I shouldn't have deleted. Alright, let's redo that and see if it still does this. Oh, this quote has been there for a while. What did I do? Alright, we're gonna redo that. Oh no, we can't redo. Okay. Well, we'll get rid of it somehow. Alright, let's just delete that extra quote. I feel like I must have accidentally deleted an article. But I only did 7 articles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, the displaced ones. Okay. So I don't know what that was, but it's okay. We will find out. We'll straighten it out. This was the last one. We're gonna delete that. And yeah, hopefully this is good. Um, Thank you guys for hanging out with me. If anything's weird or anything, let me know. If the music is weird, because this music does sound like it's like getting louder and quieter. If the music changes, let me know. I will try to edit it. But if it's good so far, then good. Right now I'm just updating this article, which is my reading challenge article. So I'm gonna delete this extra quote here. And then we are going to... Oh, I know what that extra quote came from! When I copied and pasted. Okay. Makes sense now. Okay, I shouldn't be scared. I'm glad I'm okay now. Alright. Alright, let's just delete this. I'm just gonna make a copy paste so that doesn't happen again. Okay, there we go. And we're just gonna... Oh, see, I did it again. I added that quote to it. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. Article by author. And then we're just gonna copy and then paste that here. We're gonna put this under all of the articles. Okay, there we go. Okay, great. So the next article we have is to find the fishy menace. By, it's also by Ad Cheryl. Okay. Did I close the wrong thing? Yes, I did. Congrats. Okay. Hopefully it's saved. Yeah, it did. Okay, great. Autosave was on, so it's good. There we go. And then... Oh yeah, I did not center the stuff. I'm gonna center it. Centering within the columns is probably going to be neater, just to make sure nothing bad happens. And yeah, that bracket got separated. There we go. Alrighty. So this article is coming along slowly but surely. If you are just stepping in and you don't know what I'm doing, and you're saying, what on earth is she doing? Well, guess what? I am finishing out my article category, my reading challenge. That's what I'm trying to say. And if you would like to be featured in the reading challenge, please feel free to let me know your article in the chat, and I will check it out. Copy link address, and then we're just gonna copy link text. There we go. and it's called Tridenser Host. Alrighty. Hopefully that looks good. There we go. Nice. Alright, and then we have in the next column Cresta and the Imp, and we have Gauntlet and the Displaced Ones. Let's close that. That was a very interesting article. And then this was by Margarina. And we'll copy that link. Copy link address. There we go. Next we have Gauntlet by TJ Sherwin. And it's funny when I'm doing these and I'm realizing, like, a lot of times when I do this kind of stuff, I think, you know, a lot of these, you know, oh no, that's not the name. Okay, here's the name. I pressed copy, didn't I? There we go. I capitalized Good Toy Plant. I will just leave it as it is. Okay. Anyways, what am I talking about? Yes. A lot of times when I do these kinds of reading challenges, a lot of the times there are things that I've already thought of to do, you know, for, you know, New Year's resolutions or whatever. But I just say, you know what, this is a great push to go towards that. Okay. And then this Displaced Ones is the last one. TJ's article reminded me of something that I really wanted to do, and I talked about it on another stream. It is called Shots of Unimportance. On stream, I actually drank Shots of Unimportance on the stream, and I really want to be able to have that recipe in the world. So that you can make it at home. And that's one of the things that TJ's article reminded me of, is because TJ made the card game where you can play it at home. If you have the cards, you can play it at home. So I want you to be able to drink the Shots of Unimportance if you have the ingredients at home. And I really do have the article already together. I just didn't make the video for it. Alright, let's see. That looks good, right? I can even it out a little bit though. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I am missing 3 articles. And we'll see how this works. We'll see what you know, the final layout is. I might have to add that 3rd column back on there. I might. But for now, this is good. So I can go through and tell what I learned from each article and what I plan to do as a result of it. Alright, let's see. Let's delete the space here. It's probably gonna look better if I delete that space. DreamCartographer says, I love how during one stream I called the drink spicy water, only to later find out it literally has hot sauce in it. Yes, that is the one. It is the one. It's spicy water. It literally is, and it does have hot sauce in it. You're right. Yes, that's what I want to do. I want to work on that. And I actually want to work on the fact that there's supposed to be a video for it. If I'm not sure if you guys knew. I did talk about this in my vision board. There's supposed to be a video of how to make shots of unimportance. It's like a recipe video where they show like all the ingredients and then they show it being made and then you can make it. So that's one of my goals already for this year in my vision board. I talked about it in another stream. Let's see. Is it over here? Yes, film the shots of unimportance video. So I'm gonna double click this. If you want to check out shots of unimportance, as DreamCartographer likes to call spicy water, feel free to go to that link there. So it already tells you what kind of ingredients you need, and yeah, this article is very basic and it's not really too cool. But I did make this in oh no, wait, what is this? It is called, it's an item. You know what? Okay, it's an item. This is one of the other things. For the World Building Awards, a lot of the articles that I had that I was proud of, that I wanted to use, I couldn't because, let's see, we're gonna go to the World Building Challenge page. If you guys want to check that out, by the way, go ahead. These are the articles here, the categories. So they have to be in certain templates. And I don't know if there's an item article. Yeah, I don't see an item article. Wait, there is technological or scientific accomplishment. No, that has an item. Myths and legends. Yep, so then the article, one of the articles I was proud of was the Little Baby Duck article, but the Little Baby Duck article, I did not make it into the myth template. The Little Baby Duck article was unfortunately just a generic article template, so I was not able to enter that. That would have been great to enter. I was quite proud of the Little Baby Duck. If you're not familiar with it, I made like a picture book. And this is the little book from someone's childhood. He used to read this when he was little. And it got quite a few likes. And I was proud of it. It has an audio accompanying it as well. It has lovely pictures that I drew myself. Problem. Generic article. So that means that I do not have permission to enter it to the World Building Awards because it is not under one of the permitted article templates, which I am very sad because I should have maybe made it into a myth article template. Since I did not do that, then it does not count. So that's why I said I'm a little bit disappointed by myself in regards to the World Building Awards. I don't think that I have much that can be added. I don't think I did very well in 2022. I didn't really make many articles that were cool as standalones. There were some articles that I thought were cool, but either they are in the wrong template or they are good like as a collective, but they're not good as a standalone article. Poor Ducky, says DreamCartographer. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, what happened? My headphones got unplugged. Alright, there we go. Sorry. Yeah, so that's my fault. I should have done better, I guess. But anyways, yeah. Enough of that. We're looking at what I'm learning and what I should learn from these articles. That's another thing. I should learn to use templates better. making everything into generic article types is not good for World Anvil, because a lot of the World Anvil contests and competitions and stuff like that require them to be in certain templates. So that is something that I have learned, and that's something that I should incorporate going forward this year. Let's see, what else should I do? Did I format that correctly? Yes. All right. All right. All right, now this is even. And then of course, when I get more articles, it should be 10. So 10 should even out. I do know some of them don't have pictures with them, and that's okay. Like the displaced ones and the Heathspat don't have pictures with them, and I will need to like even these out in a certain way. But for now, we will just go ahead and put what we learned in each of these. Alright, so how can we put what we learned? Alright, let's just do a little spoiler. It's not real spoilers. I'm making a spoiler button so that the things I learned, I won't feel constricted to stay within a certain word count so that the levels are even. Instead, I will just put all the stuff in the spoiler button, and then if you want to see what I learned, click the button and it will expand downwards. If that doesn't make sense, you'll see it in a second. I will call this comments? No. Last article I said what I learned, things I liked and things I learned. Like I separated them. I'm just gonna do it as comments for right now, a placeholder. And so I will reload the page now, and you will see what I mean. It will say comments right here, and then it will expand down to show what I think about the article. Let's do the space there. That's where the space should be. Okay, and then we will copy paste this on all of the rest of the articles. Alright, so let's try again. Yep, there we go. And then this little thing will be under each of the articles. And I'm not going to make it say comments, because comments is kind of cringe and generic. But I will make it say something better soon. Okay, hopefully this looks better. Yeah, a little space between the heading and the comments. Alrighty, now I'm ready to start writing. I think the formatting is good. Let's start writing. Alright, so the first article is the Heathspat. One of the things I really liked about it, like I keep saying, is the fact that it was very descriptive in the text, illustrative text. All right. There we go. I've written quite a bit for UIs. Yep. See? And the comments just drops down like that. And then you can pull them back up. That is what I meant by spoiler button. Alright, and I think that's pretty cool. And if you want to follow along with me in this article, I'm gonna put the link in my chat right now. But, you know, it's gonna look wonky because I'm gonna be updating it while you're looking at it. So you might want to reload the page when I add something new, or you might want to just wait and read it later. That's the hub for if you need to find, especially if you need to find any other articles and stuff like that. These articles, these lovely articles that I've been reading, are all in one place. And if you want to go back and look at any one thing, then feel free to reference that sheet. Next we have red beef curry, and this is going to help me to also, because how they had the pictures of the curry, they had the ingredients. This already reminds me so much of my spicy water article. And I do want to, you know, update that because my spicy water article is not cool enough. Let's see, what is the... Oh, there we go. Let's go back to the spicy water article. There's no pictures of the spicy water at all. I love how Ad Cheryl added pictures of the curry. See? In addition to the ingredients and recipe. Like, I already do have a recipe, of course, but the ingredients and the recipe are okay, but adding pictures to it is great. So I, of course, was going to add a video, but Ad Cheryl makes a good point that I should add pictures too. Because sometimes people can't watch the video, or sometimes people won't watch the video, or if your internet is lagging, you know. But still, doesn't matter. Videos sometimes are okay, but in addition to the video, at least add some pictures of the spicy water. So I will go ahead and put that in the article. And I also do like how there was a quote. See, did I even add quotes from them? No. I told a little bit about what is happening in the sidebar, but this is disappointing. I'm disappointed in myself. I did not even have a quote of them, and they did a whole bit on this spicy water, as I'm calling it, because DreamCartographer called it that. So yeah, this red beef curry is great. It starts off with a quote from the barkeep. I need to add a quote to my shots of unimportance, because this just looks kind of very drab. I don't like it. I need to update that. I need to add a quote and add pictures, at least. So I think that's what my resolution from Ad Cheryl's curry article is, and I'm gonna put it down right here. Did I say compete? Complete. I am not spelling correctly. Hello, if you're just joining, we are just taking a bit of time to, you know, chill out, and we are, am I still in just chatting, really? I'm supposed to be in writing. Writers. Writing? writers. It's called writing just right or something like that. I was not in the right category when I started streaming, but okay. Let's see. Complete defender. I was reminded by Oh, Katoy Boy says, I've been lurking and double listening to you and World Amber stream. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Yeah, so I didn't realize that they were about to stream. They started probably an hour ago now, I know. But yeah, thank you for still lurking, but if you have to go, feel free. Oh, Vito Zito's here. I'm alive once again. Thank you so much for joining, Vito Zito. We're just doing some chilling, we're doing some chatting, and we're doing some writing. So yeah, World Amble stream, they're almost done. Okay. But yeah, if you did have to go, you didn't have to worry about that. You could have stepped out. I know that the World Anvilites are higher in the hierarchy, and if the official World Anvil is streaming, most people are going to watch them. I should have probably been watching. Usually, I am not able to watch, but today I actually had off from work, which is good. So, you know. The rest of my iced tea, that really isn't iced tea, but it's tea that got cold. This week I had to do tons of tests, but it's Friday, meaning I can finally rest. Nice! And I like the rhyme, by the way. I hope you did well on those tests, and I'm glad you get to lay down and rest. Yeah, tests can be so nerve-wracking. A whole week of tons of tests. That sounds like quite a bit of work. But yes, I'm glad you can finally rest now. Sending out 11 hugs your way. Yeah. So, I was just talking about this article. I like how there's a quote here and there's a picture. And I need to put that in my recipe article. To imagine sitting on the table before us. All right. DreamCartographer says, where do I think your red beef curry comments are under the Fishy Menace article? Oh no. Are they? Yes. They are. Thank you for catching that. I'm so glad. How did you catch that? Oh, DreamCartographer always has such a keen eye. I appreciate you. I was about to reload this page and say, wait, what? But thankfully I can just click it. I mean, I can just copy and then paste it back up there. Cut, and I'll add it here instead. The problem was they're both by Ad Cheryl, so I saw the name and thought I was writing under the right one, and I wasn't. But thank you, DreamCartographer, for catching that. I'm so happy. I'm glad. All right, there it is. Great, thank you. I'm so happy that you did that. Thank you. I was about to be real confused. All the cheers to DreamCartographer. I'm out of tea, I think, but cheers anyways to you. Cheers. Next, though, we are talking about the Fishy Menace. What can I talk about that I learned from the Fishy Menace article? Let's see. I didn't even check these spoilers. Ooh. Nice. Okay. You know what? Maybe this will help me in, like, I was doing a murder mystery. So a lot of the things that I was entering, I was like not wanting to add spoilers. Oh, okay. Kadoy Boy says the mic is lower than the music. Okay, thank you. Is this working now? Is it better? If it's not, let me know, because I was asking everybody and trying to make sure that I was not too low. But yeah, I know that the music, I cannot hear it exactly as you guys hear it, unfortunately. So let me know if it's good. Is it better now? Yes? Okay, great. Great, okay. All right, so thank you. I appreciate that. And if anything is ever weird or wrong or technical difficulties happening, please do let me know in the chat, because I do not know. I'm not doing it on purpose 9 times out of 10. So I appreciate you guys for always being in the chat and letting me know if something's wrong. Yeah, because that's not good. All right, let's see. For Ad Cheryl's Fishy Menace, I will say this is reminding me of my murder mystery. Okay. Nice. The spoilers. I like that usage of the spoilers. So I will move on now to Tridents or Host. This is Katoipoi's article. As always, I'm probably going to say something about your lovely CSS, but I also like the progression of the Mechanical Man story. So, let's see. Oh, DreamCartographer says I'm always impressed by how fast you type. Oh well, I try, but sometimes I do make some errors. It's a muscle memory mainly. right. So we've got our comments about Katoipoi's Trident's host. Alrighty, let's see. Next up we have Krista and the Imp. Yes, so one of the main things that I'm going to learn from this article is when I make a story, put it in the myth category. Because unfortunately for the poor little duck, as DreamCartographer says, I cannot even do anything with the poor little duck because unfortunately it's in the wrong article. It's in a generic article type and I should have just made it a myth and been done with it. And a lot of times I don't think of myth. Like when I think of like especially a picture book or something like that, I don't think myth. Myth, the word myth just makes it sound like something else. But all these things are myths. Aesop's fables are kind of like myths. You just don't think that, like you don't make that association with that, or at least I don't always, especially when I'm just like making a children's illustrated storybook that was supposedly written in the 90s. I don't think myth. I don't. But this is World Amble and I need to put things in article categories. Katoipoi says, yes, you are a fast typer. Huh. Thank you, guys. I try. Let's see. So this is going to be article categories. That's mainly what I'm doing. All right. I'm going to talk about how I loved, though, how, oh, no problem. Thank you for sharing the article, and thank you for being an inspiration for me. This is Warrior of the Winds article, aka Margarina. So we are going to now talk about how I did like how they had these quotes in the sidebar. I like how they had a lot of art. I like how they went into in depth with the history of the article, of the story, and different people's interpretation on it. That was great. And I think Margarina made all of the art, actually. Yes. So even though this was all made by Margarina, each of these were different styles of art as well. And it was very nice to see that, because if this was real, real thing and different people in the world did the different styles of art, that makes a lot of sense. And it's great how Margarina was able to capture different styles in this article. Oh, hold on. Okay. Oh, Rando Scorpio. I need Rando Scorpio. I'm going to find Rando Scorpio's article. Because I want to credit them. Okay. And I'm going to link that as well. Ah! Did I link it at all in this article? No? That's not good. Well, we'll just go to Rando Scorpio's page. There it is. The unofficial challenge. Okay. So, World Amble World Building Awards. I will link that as well. And I'm not going to link the Google Doc. I'm going to link their challenge page. Okay. Alright, let's go here. Okay. And next we have Gauntlet and the Displaced. But I need to go in one moment. I will be right back. So, thank you guys for chilling out with me. I'm not going anywhere. If you need to go somewhere, feel free to do so. But if you are trying to stick around, please do stick around because I will be right back. Literally right back. I'm going to show my intro screen one more time, and then, I mean, not one more time. It might not be one more time, but I will show my intro screen. I should be back in a couple of minutes, and thanks for hanging around. I will be back soon. Hello, 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 I'm back. Alrighty, thank you for your patience. I'm gonna start the music back. If the music is too loud, let me know. We are just, if you're just joining us, we are still doing our World Ember reading article, reading challenge article. If you would like me to read your article, and I haven't already, or if you have another article you'd like me to read, feel free to put them in the chat. As you see, I have 2 by @Cheryl on here. So if you have another article, feel free to leave it because I do need 10 articles. Calixtua, not sure how to pronounce it, says, "Hi everyone, hello, thank you so much for joining us. We're just here chilling out and, you know, reading some World Ember articles. If you're from World Anvil, feel free to let me know if you participated in World Ember, and I can read an article of yours if you don't mind me reading it on stream. Or you can whisper it to me if you want me to read it in my spare time. We're just trying to do our reading challenge article, and we have 7 out of 10. I actually just went and did something, and I also grabbed a cookie. My lighting is horrible, isn't it? Yes, it is. But I'm going to eat a cookie. So, if you would like to check out the article, you just finished the article for the challenge this morning. Cool! Because the deadline is tomorrow, so that's why I'm trying to finish mine. Yep, if you have any articles you would like me to read of yours, feel free to put it in the chat. Next up, I'm going to talk about Gauntlet. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. So Gauntlet did remind me also of the shots of unimportance, because how true to life this is. It's so true to life that you can play it in real life. But I guess also this being considered a ritual helps. Because sometimes, like I just talked about, sometimes the templates on World Anvil just don't make me feel like that's what it is. And I know what I said probably doesn't make any sense. But what I'm trying to say is, like, if I was thinking about making a card game on World Anvil, I'd probably not put it in the ritual article template. I probably would just make a generic article. And that's my problem. I make too many generic articles. And sometimes it's so hard to come up with which one of these templates does it fit in. You know, if that makes sense. But yeah. I have to do better in that area. Alright. Calixtus says, oh, I get it. Your name is Calixtus WA, as in World Anvil. Sorry, I didn't get it at first. I was like, Cali Tuwa? No. But yes, I can read that, sun technology. Artificial sun. Oh yes, I saw this. I think it's on my reading list. I just did not get around to it, but I will read it. If you don't mind me reading on stream, I can. I'm just going to go ahead and finish this comment out. 21, 24, 23. Okay. Don't worry, everybody knows me as DV in the Discord. I don't know why I didn't put the name for the Twitch account, to be honest. I'll change it probably, and I don't mind if you read it aloud. I'd be on. Great, no problem. It's okay. A lot of people have different names everywhere, and it's totally fine. Alright, I'm gonna press pause on the music. And, meanwhile, in the Discord, Warrior of the Wind, aka Margarina, said, I love the myth template and the idea of stories within stories. It adds deeper layers to a world and makes your world breathe. Nice. Interesting. Oh, wow. Let's see. I forgot to put the mention in the other article. I'll have to fix that up after edit. Oh, okay, interesting. No problem. Let me see. Warrior of the Wind has submitted another article. Thank you. And then Calixtus has submitted this article as well. So we will check this out. Artificial Sun. First, we'll read that. We did this already. Make sure that it is nice and good. Alright, and we'll add to it later. Let's do the Artificial Sun article by Calixtus. And then we will do the... I'm sorry, I'm probably not going to be able to... Yaudon. Okay, Yaudon. Thank you for having pronunciation key there. Because, yeah, pronunciations. Artificial Sun. This is by Calixtus, and Calixtus has put it in the chat, but let me put it back in there again if you would like to read it. And this is technology. This is another thing. A lot of times I don't use the technology template either. Templates in World Anvil are just, I guess I just don't think to use them. But I should. Let's get into the article. You know, when spring arrives and we go outside, to see the sun for the first time in months can be a bit shocking. And how do you think we keep the temperature in our cave cities? It's just thanks to the artificial sun. Blessed be the gods who taught us snow elves how to build these machines. And this is by Inranster in Emberbrook to Ewa the Cirrus Adventurer. Interesting. As peculiar is their way of life, so is, I think, accident. Okay. As peculiar is their way of life, so is their technology. The snow elves are famous for their cave and underworld settlements where they live from autumn to spring. Its cities and way of life are embodied by magic. One cannot but ask, how do they keep themselves and their vast cities warm during that long period of time? To that, snow elves can answer all that is thanks to its magic. Can answer that all it's thanks to its magic. And especially that magical wonder that are the artificial suns. Origins, I think. According to elven mythology, the origins of this mysterious technology to humans and other elves can be traced back to many millennia ago, to the early centuries of the elves on the planet. As the story tells, when the first elves reached the area of the Albine Mountains, they didn't know that the winters were so harsh. They were ill prepared for winter. Winter arrived and elves began to die of hunger and freeze. The bonfires of their refugees in the caves weren't enough to combat the cold temperatures. The situation was so desperate that the high priest of the elven tribe, Nidilder, not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, sorry if I'm not, went out of the cave, and before freezing to death, he shouted to heaven, O divine Father, bringer of light, how could you have forgotten your beloved and pious sons? Send us your light so that we may survive, prosper, and worship you. The god took great pity on them and their pleas and descended from the heavens. When he reached the cave, the elves suddenly stopped feeling cold and were surrounded by an aura of warmth and majesty. The god raised a pillar in the middle of the cave and also resurrected Yielder. When all the tribe gathered around him, the god, pointing at the pillar, created a beam of light that suddenly engulfed all the cave. Then he said, Though I am eternal, this light that I now give you is not. Others of your beloved kin will come and populate this country that will need this warmth. And after he said that, he whispered the sacred enchantment to the high priest Nidilder in order to keep the artificial sun working. And after having bestowed his blessings upon the elves, he went back to heaven. Since then, every high priest of every snow elf community is taught, the sacred spell that must be used to create the energy needed for the artificial sun to work. Yes, that's the name the elves gave to the gift bestowed by the god, because of its power, warmth, and brightness. The artificial sun itself is a giant ball of magical energy brighter than the sun itself. It stimulates natural light, and because of its high magical energy and his sheer size, nobody can touch it without having his hands literally melt. Ouch. It also levitates above the pillar where it is located thanks to its magical powers. Yes, sorry for the typos. Gosh, I didn't notice those ones. It's okay. No problem about typos. Typos are okay. I sometimes have typos. How it works. The artificial sun is located at the top of the great pillar in the highest point in the cave, overlooking the entire elven settlement. Through millennia of improvements, the snow elves have been capable of improving the energy and brightness of the artificial sun. The artificial sun's light is not produced directly by the spell of the high priest. Instead, the magic that is produced when the high priest makes the spell and that powers this device comes from the orb of the scepter of the high priest and is stored in a giant vase. This magical power behaves like a smoky substance, and it's powered to the artificial sun by a series of pipelines and bellows. It is not known how, but the snow elves discovered that if you heat the magical substance, the more bright it would become. The substance stored in the vase usually lasts for a week. So every week, the high priest, accompanied by a special type of assistant called a matin, that can be translated as those who feed the sun, climb onto the pillar where he recites the sacred spell, filling the vase with magic, and then the matin spends the rest of the week, day and night, powering the magic into the artificial sun. Because the artificial sun is as bright as a real one, the high priest and the matin have to work with a special type of glasses to avoid being blinded by its light. That's why it's also advisable not to look directly at an artificial sun. Well, interesting. This looks really funny because you would think like let's open this. Yeah, so we have a cool looking flying lion thing. Sorry, I don't know about your world. Holding an elf thing. Oh no, an ad. Okay. Alrighty. So while they're in an ad, I'm going to I don't know. It lasted 2 seconds. Oh okay. Well, glad the ad didn't last like 5 minutes. I was just getting to this funny part. So I'm like, sorry, I don't know about your world, so I'm gonna call this a cool looking horned lion flying thing. Holding a cool looking elf thing. And then cool looking elves and wizard things are standing around wearing cool looking sunglasses, and this just looks so fun and cool and funny because the fact that they're wearing sunglasses just makes it like it's so cool. But I know they have to wear it to protect their eyes because what they're doing is important work. But wearing the sunglasses is just so cute and funny, and it's a cool touch. Um, but yeah. Now you may wonder, do the snow elves have proper nights on their silhouettes? And the answer is not really. What happens is that the light and power of the artificial sun diminishes during the night time as the mountain reduce the amount of magical energy that reaches it. So the nights for the snow elves will be like sunrises in the outside world. That's why seeing the night sky after they go out of the caves in the spring and return to their towns in the valleys is such an event for the snow elves. Interesting. Um, and Calixtus, you drew that yourself. Really cool. When a snow elf community grows too large, part of its inhabitants has to migrate and create another settlement. Its departure is preceded by a ceremony called the Ceremony of Translation, where most noble among the group is given a scepter with an orb and is named High Priest of the new community. Then the High Priest of the Mother City whispers to him the sacred spell that will enable him to create an artificial sun in their new cave. Interesting. And let's see. This is your Chibi Snow Elf Guide. Cute. Did you know the sacred spell is only taught between the Snow Elf priests? And despite the friendship and brotherhood that unites most of the elven realms, snow elves are very jealous of this priceless technology. I think priceless technology, and don't share it with other elven community. Interesting. The Matin hold a special position inside this peculiar elf community alongside the high priest. Without them, the snow elves wouldn't survive the harsh winters and the plants won't grow. So when a banquet is held, the they are the first ones to be offered the food, and in the capital, they are also the first to eat, only after the king himself. They also have special seats on the theater and city council. These privileges are bestowed to them as a sign of gratitude from the rest of the community. Very interesting. So they are kind of hogging the technology in a way. But they are rewarded for it because other people know we have to treat them right, or, we're not going to be able to, you don't want to make them mad. And so we can't have the sun, So we're going to copy this article block. Thank you so much again for sharing that interesting article. And let's see. I'm going to... Oh, yes, the flying lion. It's an illusory magical pet that many elves have for life, and they exhale fire to protect their owners. Oh, no problem for reading it. Thank you so much for sharing it. I appreciate you sharing that article. I'm going to copy this, though, because I need to... Let's see, how many do I need right here? All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 would be that. So then on the other one, we need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then one more. Okay, so I'm gonna add, sorry, this is behind the scenes stuff. Yes, so the column here. All right, we're gonna add one more to that. And then I'm gonna put the article block there. Okay, and then we're gonna say, oh no, I didn't keep this template here that I had. Bye. Okay. All right, we're just gonna do this while we can because... And I'm gonna delete all this stuff. Article. Bye. And then we're gonna say author. And then we're going to, there we go. And spoiler, comment, spoiler. All right, and then we'll go back up to this one and make that up there as well. Oh, is this it? Yes. Okay. All right, so now I'm gonna have to reload the page. Oh no, I just did that same quote thing. Why did I do that again? Wait, why did that happen like that? Alright, I'm getting confused now. This place ones is okay. And then this is coming soon. Article by, article, spoiler, comma, spoiler. This quote needs to be deleted. That whole thing needs to be deleted. There we go. And now we need to add the, there we go. I'm like, something's weird about this. Okay, sorry guys, I just had to fix that. It should be good now. Yes, good. And now over here, this is what we need to fix. And then the quote. Why is this copied? I don't like how that happened. Why would I do that? Okay, there we are. That's way better. Okay. Okay. And then we just delete that. Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to now paste your article block. Oh, I already have your article block there. I'm just going to add what I learned from it. So first of all, thank you for bearing with me. That was annoying. I'm going to put your name here. Okay, there we go. And then Calixtus, we will put your name and we will put your link to your page. And then we will put the name of the article. which is artificial sun. Now, before I do all that, I just wanted to make sure that page was formatted. But I'm gonna say this artificial sun article was fun. It was funny. It was very interesting. It is capitalized for some reason. Why is that capitalized? I just don't want it to be all capitalized. I'm being weird. Sorry. Okay, so basically, one of the things that I like about your article, it's really cool, is that, for one, you did use the technology. And that's something that I wouldn't have done, especially because yours is like magical. So you're still considering it a technology, even though it's a magical article, and that's good. I just am very I am very bad when it comes to you know, articles and article templates. I'm very bad when it comes to that because I don't really put the articles in the proper templates. I don't usually use templates. I sometimes just use generic templates, and that's bad because that's not what it is. And World Amble is supposed to have templates. That's one of the main things. Proprietary Sun Tech says Warrior of the Wind reminds me of Narbondel from Forgotten Realms and the mysterious spear of Blackreach's Silent City in Skyrim. Interesting. Unfortunately, I don't know too much about those things, but that's very interesting. The thing that this reminded me of is it's funny. When we were little, me and my siblings used to play something where we would set up all of our little toys and kind of play. There were different toys of different sizes and stuff, but they would have their own cities. And my little brother, he's not very little anymore, but he's the youngest brother I have. He used to say that there was an artificial sun. Like, we would like to say that in the morning we turn the light on, like, even if it's nighttime outside, if it's too dark outside but it's supposed to be morning in the game, we would turn the light on, like the ceiling light, and say, okay, it's morning. Then we turn the ceiling light off and have like a dimmer light on for if it's nighttime. But the little brother, he would say that it's an artificial sun. So he would say his characters could fly up to the sky and turn the sun on and turn it off. And it was just a funny running joke of saying artificial sun. So when I saw the title of your article being called The Artificial Sun, it was very funny because that's what it reminded me of. And I thought, I need to read this article. It seems interesting. But as I see it, it's not exactly like how I've said how we used to do when we were little. But it is very cool, and it's a good thing to think about because how can they survive underground all that time? How can plants grow underground like that? So the usage of the artificial sun is very interesting. And another thing, like I said, you saying that this is a technology, even though it's primarily powered off of magic. That's the nice thing about the World Anvil article templates. Even though they're templates, you're still not confined. You can do what you want. You can choose what you want. You can make this a technology, even if it's mostly depending on supernatural instead of scientific. Um, but yeah, that just makes me think that I should use more templates. And I probably said this last year, but yeah, this year I really need to do better because, like I said, a lot of my templates and stuff like that were not right. So I was not able to enter into like the world building awards and stuff like that because I've made things in generic templates or made them in the wrong template. And it's kind of sad, but I just have to deal with it. So that's one of the things I mainly learned was that templates. And then also I just liked how you added the art, and I liked just the whole story was very intriguing and all the history behind everything. It was a greatly laid out article. And then with the elf in the sidebar telling us a little fact, that was pretty neat. So thank you again to Calixtus for sharing that. Next, we do have uh, Yaudon. Yaudon? Yaudon? I'm not sure what how to pronounce it, but Yaudon, it looks like. So this is by Mardrina, aka Warrior of the Wind, who's communicating in Discord. Cloth dance. Interesting. Wait, let's see what Calixtus says. Thank you again for reading it and choose it for your reading challenge. I really appreciate it. No problem. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing. Like I said, the deadline is tomorrow, and I was hoping that I could read more things on stream. But yeah, I've been so busy. The new year has already been so busy. But I still do need to do the reading challenge because it's very important, and I'm glad that you allowed me to read it. It was an honor to read, and a very interesting one indeed. I'm going to put this in the chat for you guys to check out this Yaudon. I keep on trying to pronounce the L, but it's not an L because it says Yaudon. Yaudon. Cloth dance. The premier form of entertainment amongst the Thangian people. And I want to see if this Thangian. Yep, I did say it right. I did that before this morning. Actors clad in voluminous cloth outfits and wooden masks dazzle the citizens of Bain Shibo with exaggerated retellings of their most storied heroes, ancient myths, and pivotal historical moments. Since the earliest days of the Aboriginal Freelanders, Thangians have used performing art and dance to keep their memories fresh and history alive. From cured animal hides to polished wood, cloth, and advanced puppetry, performers or Yaudained, I don't know how that would be pronounced, enjoy the support of institutions like Rayazine and Pyrolith. Not sure. Sorry if I'm butchering these names. And the patronage of the Watch Rider, the first of the great queens, preferred to go by the... Oh, interesting. There's a link to that. So that's what I said. Whenever there's a tooltip or a link to other articles, feel free to explore those on your own time. These are very intriguing, and they do give more insight into the world. They do have patronage from the Watch Rider in their creative endeavors. Interesting. Interpretive dance has existed since the dawn of men on Thangid? Sorry, I still don't know. With the earliest known forms preceding the founding of Bain Shibo. Aboriginal humans would recreate popular tales such as the Cresta and the Imp, which we read earlier, around the campfire, wearing costumes of bone, hide, wood, and grass. As the people grew in sophistication and Bain Shibo began to take shape on Kundane, interesting, this art grew more complex and widespread with the introduction of complex woven cloths, intricate masks carved from precious rare hardwood, and pulleys and harnesses to add dramatic effect to scenes involving gods, creatures, or demons. Interesting. Since cloth forms the crux of their performance, Yaudon tend to lead innovations in textiles. The relatively recent arrival of Alexander Van Standvoort saw the introduction of zippers into Thangian fashion. Interesting. Spoiler warning, unpublished content. So that's another thing. It's good to see those spoilers warnings. If we don't want to check it out, we don't have to. That's good. With the introduction and arrival of the legendary Morin de Witherin, visitors from Earth have witnessed performances depicting Anders' death at the hands of Maldagar. their own mystical history, colorful banner processions, and an exaggerated portrayal of the white dragon fighting the demon king Owgli. The recent outbreak of the Weeping Death saw the loss of over 10% of the city's Yaldained. Sorry, I'm still not sure about that, but that's quite sad. It's good to see old Camphy in good spirits. His troop got decimated during the plague, Naz remarked, as costume performers assembled near the road. Workers erected complex rigging that straddled the main thoroughfare, and children gathered around to watch. Kasu didn't know what to think when he saw an actor dressed as Telba, or Oegli, as he was known, stride out onto the road. Other actors dressed as nether soldiers grabbed children and assembled them into a cluster in the center of the stage, and actors dressed as nether spirits hung from rope harnesses attached to the rigging. The Yaudand circled the children, pointing spears or casting spells at them. And the children huddled back to back and stared in awe. Normally, Kazu would strongly object to the dynasty being portrayed as dancing cheerfully, but apparently Thengians believed mocking their opponents negated fear. Telpa and his minions suddenly turned and raised their hands in a mock fight. Jaws dropped upon seeing the life-size animatronic float portraying Rargoth as it moved through the main gate. The legs rested on platforms that rocked back and forth, giving the colossal puppet the appearance of walking. The neck arched and the jaws hinged wide, belching fire from tubes inside. The wings rose and folded jerkily. If the Inferno Dragon had deigned to accompany the visitors from Earth, he might have taken umbrage to his wooden doppelganger. The costumed Yaldind continued dancing, with Talpa striding out to face the dragon. The jaws yawned wide and bundles of red, orange, and yellow ribbons spilled out. The dynasty fell to the ground, writhing in mock agony. Crowds cheered and clapped at the sight. Kazu made an awkward grimace. He had to applaud the Thengians' creativity. And that is from Cataclysm War Chapter 15, which I don't think is written yet. As they said, spoiler warning, unpublished content. Execution. Laudained will often precede their performances by thumping the butts of their staves against the ground, mimicking the stumping hooves by Grand Crestas. So they'll just be acting like a Cresta stumping. If you haven't seen the Crestas, these are them. We read about them earlier today. They're kind of like unicorns, but they do remind me of like the Parasaurolophus dinosaurs. Let's see. Their style is viewed as a mix of Japanese kabuki theater, North American Hopi kachina dancing, and ballet. The Yaldained practice a stiff walk in which they keep their legs straight to give their gait an ethereal appearance without wrinkling or tangling the cloth strips of their costumes. More unpublished content. It's okay. This is a rough pencil sketch of one of the performers. Interesting. So we can see, let's view full size. It's not going to let me zoom all the way in? Okay. So all these kinds of things, I like that. And then they have so many cloths hanging on them. And this does remind me of like tribal dancers and those big elaborate puppets and stuff like that. They're literally clothonites in this world. They were outfits of woven cloth sourced from Kundane and the southern salt, with masks, staves, and other implements crafted from either dirium or stormwood, harvested from the fringes of the eastern jungle. In more recent years, Yaldained have added complex hydraulic rigs, colossal floats and puppets, and pyrotechnics and other effects to their toolbox. The average Yaldane will carry a staff, spear, or banner fixed to a pole. They can change the colors of their banners using a set of hidden buttons on the shaft of their staves. During performance, a set of Yaldane will attend to their special effects portion of the Yaodan, either by manning puppets and rigs to unfurling walls of cloth and tossing ribbons to enhance the atmosphere. Interesting. So very cool. Very nice. Once again, there are lots of quotes in the sidebar that are very immersive. That like let you know in this world, there's dialogue. I like the dialogue like that. Let's see. Oh, I see. I'm not sure what this was from, but Warrior of the Wind shared this, saying, "It could always be worse. You could have this to deal with." It says, "Enough world building, human. I demand rubs." Interesting. Yes. I don't have a pet to get in the way of my world building, so I don't remember what it could have been messing up about. Maybe it was something like audio or something lagging or something like that. But yes, I don't have a cat to get all in the way, so that's good. Sage taken. I'm glad I was able to discern you in this crowd. An out of breath Kemphy came to a skidding stop and keeled over, panting heavily before gathering himself. I wanted to submit these designs to a Morinde for approval on their accuracy. Kemphy pulled several objects from the folds of his voluminous robes and held them out for Sage to see. Half a dozen masks carved in the likeness of various Ronin. A particularly round one caught Sage's eye. Yup, definitely nailed Kinto there. Listen, Kemphy. I appreciate what you're trying to do with telling our story to the people and all, but I don't think it's necessarily a good idea. No offense or anything. It's just, well, the last time someone tried to bring our story to the stage, it ended with a lot of people getting killed. Horribly. Sage explained, as politely as possible. Kemphy frowned and averted his gaze, looking more reflective than disappointed. Ignorance has never been the black foe of the performance. Ignorance has ever been the black foe of the performing arts. I think I just heard someone say, "What took you so long?" The Tiger Rights is rated with 5 agents. Welcome to Tiger Rights. Hello. Roar Books. Yes, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. If you guys heard that, were you able to hear him say what took you so long like that? I don't know if you were able to hear it. Hopefully you could hear it. I don't know. I have to get this audio thing fixed up. But thank you so much for the raid. How did your stream go, guys? We are here just reading some World Anvil reading, reading challenge, because the deadline is tomorrow. So we're trying to, get a lot of stuff done. If you guys have any articles you would like me to read, feel free to drop them in the chat. Hopefully everything, you can hear everything okay. If something's wrong or weird, please let me know, because I am new to this setup. The stream was good. Wrote 2 chapters today. Woohoo! Yes, great. Congrats on writing the chapters. Cheering. Yeah, so we are just a couple of articles away from being complete with our reading challenge. So we've gone through some of those, and we're adding our resolutions to it as well. Let's see. We were in the middle of reading this Yaodan. I'm not sure exactly how it's pronounced. Yaodan, which is like performing arts with puppets and elaborate cloths and costumes and all that kinds of stuff. in this world. This is by Mardrina, aka Warrior of the Wind, if you would like to check them out on World Anvil. Um, so basically, right now, this man wants to teach people through the arts, and the other one says, we shouldn't try to share our story because last time somebody tried to share our story through the arts, everybody, like a lot of people got killed. So now Campy, which I'm still not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, he says, uh, ignorance has ever been the black foe of the performing arts, he hissed and swept one hand up to the side, almost knocking Sage against the forehead. In a sense, we are much warriors as you. In my youth, I was blessed to have known Vi Stel Vetu, and after his passing, I dedicated my life to immortalizing him for the next 1,000 generations. Campy again made a sweeping motion with his arm, and Sage decided it best to lean away some. It is true that war can be cruel and ugly, but it is not even more so. Is it not even more so cruel and ugly to disregard those who bleed for the sake of the future? For them to be abhorred and forgotten instead of revered and remembered? It is far too easy for those who do not themselves shed blood to decry the efforts made to secure the lives they so freely enjoy. That is why I, Grast, Kempy, lead the Yaldained, so that we may celebrate the fallen with song and dance and joyful reveling. Sage once more had to duck to avoid getting clocked in the head, so that those who gave themselves, like Ander did, like you do now, are never discarded. To allow ignorance and disdain silence the art is far worse than any suffering incurred because of it. So I say to you, what better audience for your tale than we of Thanged, who celebrate battle? What better stage than Ben Shabo? And what better time than now? Sage frowned, thoughtfully reflecting on the statements. Campy slapped him in the shoulder and jabbed a finger at him. We are to perform at the ceremony. You will not be disappointed. You will not be disappointed, the man said gleefully before running off through the crowd. Sage raised an eyebrow, and the corners of his lips turned up into an amused smile. Very interesting. I like the interactions in the page. That's nice. I appreciate Mardrina, aka Warrior of the Wind, for sharing that article. Very interesting. And like I said, these little snippets of the, dialogue are very nice to include in the body of the text. They're very immersive. They help you to be able to they help you to be able to really immerse yourself in the world and learn about it. So let's go, and to the bottom here we are going to link that. And if any of you guys have any articles that you would like me to read, please feel free to let me know. I will try to do it. And then I will also, I don't know, I'm probably going to be getting off in a few moments. So if you have something for me to read, please do share it. Let's see. I'm going to link this, and thank you so much again to Mardrina for sharing this interesting article. Now, we will go and hopefully that's good. Yep, that's good. And then I just need one more article and it will be good. But first, I need to write about the displaced ones. I need to write about Yaodon, and I have to also write about the artificial sun. Maybe I should have changed comments to my thoughts and plans about the deadline. Isn't it the 28th? Yep. So, yes, DreamCartographer. Basically, what happened is first that's the World Building Awards Challenge. So, at first, the Reading Article Challenge and the World Building Awards Challenge ended on the same day, and both of those were ending tomorrow, on the 21st. But then World Anvil changed the World Building Awards to end next week on Saturday, which is the 28th. And they have kept the reading challenge to be tomorrow, to end tomorrow. Because I guess they thought, hey, too much stuff is ending on the same day. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Yep, so the World Anvil Reading Challenge, that's what I'm trying to do. Let's see, I just changed comments to my thoughts and plans. My thoughts and plans. There we go, I missed one. Fishy minutes, there we go. It doesn't seem like they've updated the page. Okay, so I think so they're talking about two different things. I'm gonna go to it. Maybe I'm wrong, but see, look, this right here is the World Building Awards. This is where you're supposed to be able to go and enter your awards. I mean, what you think is like the best in your world that you made in 2022. This is the thing I was saying. I'm sad because I wasn't able to enter the baby duck because the baby duck was not made in the correct template. That is the World Building Awards. This was at first going to end on the 21st, which says here now, and that's tomorrow. But they have changed it, even though they didn't update this. They have updated the homepage right here to say extended deadline 28th of January. So that's something different. This is the thing that I am talking about, the New Year's Resolutions Challenge. So this is the reading challenge where, oh wait, it does say 28th. You're right. Wow. So maybe, did they extend this? They probably did extend this as well then. Maybe something happened where they can't stream at all tomorrow. All right. So you know what? Yep, it says last update was today. So they probably updated it. Thank you for that, Eagle Eye again, DreamCartographer. I was looking at the, I remembered that on, what is it? The blog post. I'm going to the blog post. Maybe they updated the blog too. But I'm going to the blog, and the blog said the 21st. Let's see. Oh, it says 28th now. Okay. Well, I guess something happened where because they were supposed to end it on tomorrow's stream. But I'm glad that that means that I have more time. Once again, a shout out to DreamCartographer for being awesome and very observant. Because I was like, surprise stream, I just have to go because, you know, this month has been quite something, and I was not able to do the things that I wanted to do, but I am glad that at least I got to do this, and also I'm glad that it's not ending tomorrow because that would have been a bit challenging and It was hectic. That's the reason why I even streamed today. But it has been extended, so that's good. Oh, Warrior the Wind said, God bless you when I sneeze. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. So I do have time. That's good. I do have time. Yep, and I've updated all these to say my thoughts and plans, my thoughts and plans. And I did not do that yet, but I need to update that. Didn't do this yet either. Okay, so we are going to Calixtus's article. I was thinking of entering this myself, says DreamCartographer. Great! So I'm glad that you have time. If it was tomorrow, that would have been very, very, very hectic. I'm glad you do have a week left then. Much success if you enter. Very cool. It's always great to read other people's articles and learn from it too. If you do end up doing it, please share. Feel free to share, and we want to check out the articles that you read and check out your plans for this coming year and check out all the cool stuff that you say about the articles. All right, now everything's consistent. Great. Yay, got some wiggle room so you won't be stuck beating sleep off with the stick. Yes, exactly. So, yeah, sometimes I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna stay up late at night fixing this because tomorrow morning I have to work away from home and I know that I'm not gonna be able to do anything. So I was probably gonna be staying up till midnight doing this. But I'm glad that I do have time. Thank you again for bringing that extended date to my attention, DreamCartographer. Let's see. So, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be telling what I liked about the artificial sun, putting my thought and plans for that, and then the displaced ones, and then the Yaodon. And then we have one more article that we can put here. So we'll figure out what that can be soon. So what are my thoughts and plans regarding the artificial sun? There we go. So once again, this article, I actually enjoyed. It's very funny. I like the art. Looking like everybody's cool with sunglasses, but it's really has a purpose. Yeah, very detailed. And once again, the templates is probably the main takeaway I have. I guess since I'm done with the article reading, I can start the music again. If the music is too loud, please let me know, because I keep trying to regulate the music and I don't know if it's working or not. Alright, so we will write a little bit about this and what my thoughts and plans are, and please do feel free to let me know if the music is weird or too loud. So let's see. Come on. Okay, so we've written about the artificial suns and what I appreciated and what I learned from the article. There we go. And now we will talk about the displaced ones. I do like this dialogue, the story. So even though this is actually a species, it was spelled out into a story. So, let's see. There we go. We'll go here. DreamCartographer says, I just noticed your shirt is the same color as Handsome Ghost. Oh, it quite is, I believe. Handsome Ghost is down here. He should appear down here shortly. Soon, probably. A jacket too. Fun fact, this jacket is actually green, but I don't know why it looks blue on the screen. I think my light. Something's wrong with my light. I really need to get a better light. I know my shirt is the color of Handsome Co-Host, which should appear at now. Yes, there you are. Hi. Yep, my shirt is quite the same color. And my jacket does look like some of the colors of him as well because it looks totally blue. I just know that it's green, but it looks so blue when I'm looking at it on the screen. It's very weird. Okay. So, if you are just joining us, welcome to the stream. We are just doing some chatting, some working, some World Ember reading. If you are from World Amble and you would like me to read your article, feel free to let me know. It's the dress all over again. Hopefully not. I just think that it's just appearing like that on the camera, because it's not like I see it green on the camera. I see it green in real life, but when I look at the camera, I see it blue as well. So it's the camera. It's something weird about the camera. Unless other people out there say that it also looks green, then I will be really confused. Jamie is here! Hello, little sister. Finally got to stop by for a moment to say hello. Hello! Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you stopping by. Yes. So yeah, Jamie Buckley does lots of world building on World Amble too. If you want me to read one of your articles, please do put it in the chat, and I can add it to my reading article. In fact, I need at least one more article to finish out my reading. So if you did do World Ember and you have a cool article from World Ember to share, feel free to do that in the chat. You always miss my streams because of the timing. Yes, it's okay, because usually I do not stream at this time. Today I just had the day off, so I said, you know what, I'm just gonna stream. Can I recommend someone else? I found some fun ones. Well, cool. Yes, I did see your reading article, and I added it to my reading list. So if you want to, if what you're going to recommend is on there, I will have it. I have it already, and I was gonna check that out as soon as I could. But if you have something, please share yours. I would like to read the other ones too, but they didn't give me permission to read it on stream, so I don't want to read it on stream if they didn't give me permission. That's all. But yeah, I do have your article saved. A lot of those were very interesting. Some of them I actually think I read. It was probably, I think I saw a couple of overlaps too. Those I had permission to read on stream. But yes, if you have one, if you participated in World Ember and you have an article you would like me to read, feel free to share it. And I will read it on stream with your permission. But for those who did not give me permission to read on stream, I don't want to read their stuff without them knowing I'm reading it on stream, that's all. But I do have I have it bookmarked. It looks very interesting. And I was reading it a little bit today, and I said, you know, I don't have time to read the whole thing, so what I'm gonna do is just bookmark it and read it later. I did see you have quite a few fun ones on there. I was going next to figure out what I was gonna say about the Yaodon. So let's see. I like how you put all the quotes and stuff in there. The art, the quotes, and the spoilers. I think mine will be boring. My articles were to help writers this year, not so much world building. It's okay. I mean, if you don't want to share anything, no problem. But if you do want to share something, I'm sure there's something that I can learn from it too. Because like you said, your articles were to help writers this year. Well, that's perfect for the New Year's resolution challenge. My reading challenge is to read an article and tell what I learned from it. So if the purpose of the article is to help me learn, then that'll make it quite easy to come up with a resolution. DreamCartographer is right. Helping writers is very cool. It really is. I do love to help other writers, and I appreciate when other writers help me. So if you'd like to share, feel free. All right, let's see. The creator's blog. Nice. There's Jamie. Alrighty. So nice. So this is a collection of articles. Very interesting. So the thing about this is, I don't know if this is were these submitted to, these were not submitted to World Ember though, but they're still helpful, and thank you for sharing the resource. I'm gonna be sure to put this link in the video. Very nice. Oh, so these are entries for World Ember 2020. Is one of these for World Ember 2021? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, there's 22. Great. This one was an entry to 22. So you have, yes, the articles for 2022. Because the reading challenge, that's the only thing. So since the reading challenge is to read articles that were written in World Ember 2022 by other people who are not myself. And I'm supposed to find 10 articles by somebody who is not me, who was written in World Ember 2022. And I'm supposed to tell about what I liked about the article and what I learned from the article. So, yes, it would be great. I see this one is 1, so I will definitely put this on my reading list. But if you want me to read a different one from you, then feel free to share that one. But it has to be from 2022 World Ember, because if it's not, then it won't count for the reading challenge. I'll still probably keep it on my reading list to read later, but what has to be on here is 22 articles. All right, this is called Book, Blog, Tours, and Indie Authors Golden Ticket. Interesting. Oh, it is quite a lengthy article. Very nice. And I like how you do break it up with lots of pictures and everything. I didn't even know that you could put GIFs in World Anvil. I feel like that's a new feature. Interesting. I will definitely add that to the reading list. I do know this one looks like it's a little bit shorter, but if you don't want me to add this one or read this one on stream, no problem. If you want me to read this one on stream, I will have to skim through it. So in the meantime, while you're figuring that out, I'm just going to write a little bit about the Yaodon, and then I will get to your article, whichever you choose. The Yaodon was interesting. I like how they were very detailed. Let's see. Jamie says, do whatever you like. I'm okay with anything you choose. Nice. All right. Let's see. So I'm just going to finish this out and then I'll get to your article. Let's see. Here's a shorter one from World Ember. Thank you. All right. I'll check that out in a moment. Rewarding things. Alright, DreamCartographer says I better head off to bed. See you later and thanks for the stream. Oh, thank you so much for joining me. Have a blessed rest. I appreciate you stopping by always. Much love. God bless. Megalodork says, how do I tell a tale of an elected god? I think I'd have to have a little bit more context. If you'd like to share, well, for one, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you stopping by. If you would like to tell a little bit more about how were they elected, what were they elected to, what are the people like, what angle do you want to come at this? Do you want to come at it from the angle of the elected, or do you want to come at it from the angle of those who elected them? Do you want to come at it from a third-person angle that's just telling you what happened? It all depends. So, once again, welcome to the stream, and feel free to share those details if you'd like. I just want to help the best online community I know. Aw, thank you, Dreamy. I appreciate you and all of your helping. The context is, says Megalodork, the god is elected via gladiator combat. He is picked because he is the strongest of the species. Okay, so, once again I will ask, what angle do you want to come at it from? Is this just a story on its own, or is this a, you know, is it a collective stories? Like, is this a novel? Is this a short story? What is it? You know, how does it fit into something bigger, or is it just this only? It's a full story? Okay, so you will be determining the narrative voice for the whole story through. Do you want this to all be being told from the view of the gladiator? Or do you want it to be told by a third-person narrator? Or do you want it to be told by a different person in the world? So once you decide that, you will have to decide where in the life of this god you want to start. Because usually with my characters, I have them from birth to death. Their whole story's in my head. I know it. I just can't put it all out there like that. So I have to choose. Do I want to start when they're a baby and tell the story of them until they grow up and everything like that? Or do I want to start midlife? Where do I want to start? What is the purpose of the story? What do I want to convey? What is the standout part in their life that is very important? You know, so what story do you want to tell about this person? So, like, sometimes, if you notice, in a movie or a book, something that you think could be a whole saga is just explained within the first 3 minutes. And then after that, it tells something else. So, like, you could probably make a story about how they are training in combat, how they go up to the gladiator stadium, how they, you know, fight. Sometimes they lose, sometimes they win, whatever. You can tell the story of their opponent. You can tell the story of all this stuff and build up to the one glorious moment where they win the victory. And then the movie can go off. Or you can literally start the movie right at that moment, and then once they win, that's it. Now the story begins. So it all depends. Like I said, I always say, your story only just has to have a beginning, middle, and end. And that can be anything, anywhere. Let's see what Megalodor says. To explain, he is killed by my pseudo-atheist group. And we start the story from the position of his young son entering the gladiator arena to try and take his role. So wait. Okay. So now I'm confused. So is he killed, but he still lives as the god? Or is he really just dead and now his son is trying to take his role? If the story is about the son taking the role, then you don't necessarily have to go deeply into the... Okay, he's killed. So is the son the elected god you were originally talking about, or are we still talking about the other guy being the elected god, and then the elected god is killed? Because once we know this, then we will know. Sometimes it's not worth it even to go over there and talk about this character, because it's not about this character, it's about his son. You can always make a prequel, or you can always make the story of what happened before this, but if the main thing you're trying to tell right now is about the son, then you would have to, just make it's mostly about the son. Okay. So like I said, the whole thing in that first 5 minutes of the movie can just be that's it. And then after that, it's about his son. So that's what I'm going to challenge you to do, to figure out how to display his story. I think that you should think about what you really want to tell. And the main thing you're trying to tell is about his son. Therefore, I feel like you should maybe just foreshadow what happened. I mean, not foreshadow, but you can briefly explain what happened. But the main thing is about his son. So you don't have to go too far back in the history just to tell about his son. These things can come out in the natural storyline. They can also just not come out at all. You can know this stuff. You can keep it in your back pocket for later. You can make a prequel if you want to. Let's see. The atheist group basically doesn't believe he's the strongest, and they kind of prove it. Oh no. Okay. So the group doesn't believe the son is the strongest, or they just don't believe that so we're still talking about the past guy. Well, so if they're talking about the past guy, and then they kill him, that's it. And now the story is about the son, who's trying to fight to take his place because he was killed. Then we see the angle. We are mainly trying to talk about the son then. So you can easily tell that history part, but the main story is not about that. The main story is about the son. So we can focus mostly on the son. You can still write about the past events because they are important. If you have that in your head, great. If you write it down, great. But you don't have to worry about actually outright telling that as a story unless you want to. If the main thing you want to focus on is the son, feel free to just start at the son's point of view. See if that works. If the son's point of view isn't working, you can start at like a narrator's point of view. However you write best. And then just see where the story flows. And then you might figure out, oh no, Jamie has to leave. I should have read your article. Have to run to work. But I'm so glad I finally got to see you on stream. Have a blessed day. Oh, have a blessed day, Jamie. Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing the article. I am going to read these definitely. This is the one you said, developing skill sets. Nice. All right, so I will try to read these. I will include one of these at least in my World Ember reading. And I'm going to share the whole thing for you guys. Creators blog. There we go. Everybody, please go check out the Creators blog. There's some valuable lessons for all writers and creatives there. Not great for live reading, but you will find some gems, I promise. Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, so I don't necessarily have to read it on stream, but yes, I'm sure that there are some great lessons to be learned. Thank you so much, Jamie, again. Much love. God bless you. I appreciate it. And have a wonderful time at work, as wonderful as it can be. Much love to you. And yes, I will definitely keep these on my reading list and reference them. They are very, you are a very knowledgeable person to learn from. So I appreciate you sharing. Please, everybody, go read some of his blogs. Um, let's see. It's hard to explain, says Megalodork, because I don't believe anyone has taken the approach of a god-elect. They always look at creationism as a form of deity. Interesting. So Megalodork, are you leaving also? Or are you just saying goodbye to the people who are leaving? Calixtus says, I'll take a look. They look so cool. Yes. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate you. And everybody take a look at those. Indeed. Megalodork, if you're leaving, you have a blessed one as well. Thanks so much for stopping by. Oh, no. The stream isn't ending quite yet. I will have to end it very soon. But I was saying goodbye to Jamie. But thank you, Megalodork. So what you're trying to say is, I know it's hard to explain. So if you think it's easier to explain, like in DMs or something like that, feel free to message me on the side or something like that. But yes, as we're looking at this, you don't really know how to go about telling the story. Is it that you don't know what tense to write it in, like past tense, present tense, or you don't know the angle to take, like you don't know if you want this to be first person, second person, third person? Like, what exactly are you trying to figure out? Or you don't know where in the storyline to start? Because I think if you're looking for where in the storyline to start, I feel like you should start with the sun. Because the sun is the main thing that you're talking about. The other things, like a precursor to the events, the current events. So yeah. Let me see. Okay, so yep. So I would say start with the sun, just see where the story goes. You know the history. You know the history. If you want to tell it from the group's point of view, feel free to do that as well. Sometimes as writers, you just have to write from multiple points of view and figure out which one you're most comfortable writing in. If you want to write from the sun's point of view, try that. Then try writing from the group's point of view. Then try writing from just an omniscient narrator's point of view. You can even try writing from the father's point of view. Like as he is telling in retrospect what his son did. I don't know. Just do these kinds of writing exercises to help yourself to figure out how you want to go about the story. And once you figure out what voice is comfortable to write in, then just start writing and see what happens. If you find that you want to do like several different points of view, that can get messy, but it can work sometimes. So if you just try writing, just try it, see what works, see what feels comfortable for you. And I would suggest starting at either at the father getting killed or at the son, and like do a little bit of a, this is why I'm here, I'm trying to take my father's place kind of thing. So we can kind of at least know the backstory. But we don't have to go all into the father's life if it's not about him. You can still have that information in your head, and you can still write it down if you want to, but don't worry about the presentation of it. Just make it where those are notes for you. There's lots of things writers know and writers have notes about that don't make it into the book, but these things are important, and that's part of world building. So yeah, if you need any other help with it, feel free to ask. I am just finishing this out. Dreams articles. Hold on. Alright, Megalodorp says, also debating on capes and wings, thinking they should have wings, but royalty wears capes. Since it's a sort of superhero story, you have to have capes. Well, I believe that Edna Mode will oppose that. Not all heroes have to wear capes, but if you want the capes, that's fine. But Edna likes to say no capes. But yeah, if it's a superhero story, they really don't have to have capes. If you want them to have capes, they can. If you like them to have capes, they can. But don't think that it's necessary for all superheroes to have capes, because they really don't. Not all superheroes have capes at all. Yes, capes are notorious sometimes. They can get in the way, according to Edna, and we've seen it happen. Yep, so I have fully done this. And yeah, last article, I'm probably going to give that one to Jamie. I will pick one of these here for Jamie's article. Which one should I read? Okay, I like Who Am I Really? Let's see. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to skim through this, but basically this shows who Jamie is. Jamie does drawing too, and Jamie is right here, Jamie Buckley. And this is the Who Am I article. Who am I really? So he shows his family and stuff. There are so many things that Jamie does, very interesting. I can read this a little bit. I'm going to stop the music. And we'll just read through this. It says, who am I really? I'm not always a positive person. I'm never quite sure if wearing my heart on my sleeve is such a good thing, but I don't know how else to be. It's my hope that this won't be a negative to this blog, but there are days when I simply feel beaten. You can relate to this, can't you? I can. We feel tired and we might not know where to turn. Yeah, today is one of those days for me. A very low day for me. Lower than I have felt in a great while. Life is filled with such marvels and miracles and blessings. At the same time, the older I get, the less confident I feel. To look at my family and always wishing I was more for them. To do more. To reach out and affect the world more. At least more than through this blog. Or writing books and crafting games. To find people hurting and grasp them by the hand, to smile at them and whisper that even though today is hard, there will be a tomorrow, to tell those suffering to hold on. It probably sounds crazy, talk like this, but helping others always gives me strength to deal with my own mountains. Honestly, I'm not sure why these moments hit so hard. I don't know why they return again and again, so I strive to learn from them, to use these moments as opportunities, to close my mouth and listen. What does my heart say? What does that soft inner voice of love and peace whisper to me? It says that I am blessed, married to a beautiful soul of a woman who loves me, truly loves me, that I have the kind of relationship that continues to grow and blossom over time, that with each day the sun not only, I think it probably says not only, the sun not only rises and shines upon my life, it reveals another aspect of my marriage to glory in, to marvel at. I appreciate, treasure, and celebrate. I hope you are loved by someone like Kathy Lynn loves me. Life isn't perfect, I know that. The hard part is, we all have hopes and expectations that are important to us. When we strive to accomplish something important to us, and it doesn't come to fruition, at least not in the way we hoped, we tend to lose that hope. Even if it's just a portion, we begin to question what we are striving for, and it can quickly turn into self-doubt. If we're not careful, we start to question the very foundation we stand on, and important aspects of our lives become unstable. But you know what? It's during these times in our lives that we are being tested. That's what I believe. Tested by the powers that be, to give us an opportunity to rise above our present conditions and become something more, to reflect inward and push upward, to break these chins of doubt, the lies that darkness and decaying society say are the norm. But it's not the norm, it's a lie. The norm is our natural desire to love and be loved, to help one another, to care. The norm is to think of others as well as ourselves and to improve upon everything we touch. This is what I believe. You may not believe in God or be a person of faith, but I wanted to share a song with you that touched my soul today. Kathy found it for me, and immediately it refocused my mind on positive aspects of my life. I'm so grateful for that. This is a song that describes the love in my home, in my family, and in my soul. It's a hero song. I hope you enjoy it. And it's called Valiant Faith by Jenny Phillips. I'm not going to play it because I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright infringed. But I'm going to link it in the chat for you guys to go and play it on your own time. I can just feel like that's probably such a beautiful song, and I want to read it. I want to listen to it. So once again, this is Jamie Buckley, and I'm so thankful for him for stopping by. I know he had to leave. Please do check out his articles. Please do check out his blog. And I'm going to add this as my last article on my reading list. I'm going to remove from reading list because I just read it. And I'm going to copy the article block. And we're going to put it right here. And we are going to go ahead and I'm gonna put his name, Wanted Hero. He calls himself Wanted Hero on here. That's his main project. But he does all kinds of things. Please go check out Jamie Buckley. Who am I really? All right, and we're gonna put that right there. Yes, so I will tell what I learned from that article. I'm gonna just put the music on for a moment. Okay. And I think that means that my article is done. And it just about evened out, actually. I probably just need to put a space somewhere. Or eliminate a space somewhere. No, I'll just keep it as it is. No. I don't like it. Something's bad about it. This right here. I don't like when it's uneven, and I'm just like that. It's just weird. It's uneven. What should I do? Okay, I know. I'm just gonna go to the displaced ones. Since they're displaced, but I'm pink. And I'm going to do a shift downwards. Why didn't it work? Did it work? Yes. Alright, that kind of worked. It still looks bad. Okay, I'm gonna take this, instead of putting it right there, I'm gonna put it above the quote. That's a little bit better. Alright, let's see if I can also put it in, put one in the... Yes, right here. And then hopefully that will even stuff out. No, now it's just going to be an ever-going annoying thing like that. Alright, I'm just going to have to be okay with it being slightly not even, I guess. It's okay. But yeah, there we go. That's just a little bit lopsided, but it's okay. It's okay. We got it. We got it. Better than nothing. Alright, and with that, our reading challenge article is complete. And I will put the finished article in the chat. So thank you to everybody who has been hanging out with me. Sucked into turbine, no capes. Oh yes, that was back from when I was talking about Edna. Yes. So if you're still here, Megalodork, feel free to reach out to me about that story. On the side, I'm gonna have to call it a day. I can't believe I've been streaming for about 5 hours and 41 minutes. But we got a lot done. It's always good to work with you guys. We neatened up this article. Pretty cool. You know, I'm probably gonna find a way to make this evened out. I'm probably going to find a way to make this evened out because I'm very annoyed by this little tip right there. But for the most part, it's done. It's great. We have a new setup here with OBS. We've done a lot. You know, we drank tea. We did a lot of cool stuff. So thank you so much to everybody for joining. Never seen formatting whack-a-mole. Yeah, exactly. What I'm probably gonna do is probably just, instead of spacing down, I'm probably gonna add like a small invisible like shifted line of text or something in some kind of way to slightly shift one down a little bit or something like that, probably. But anyways, thank you guys so much for joining me today. Thank you to everybody who's been lurking. Thank you to everybody who has been chatting in the chat. Thank you to everybody who shared their articles. Please go read these articles. They're very interesting articles, and I did learn a lot from them. I have a lot of things to add to my, you know, resolutions, as they call them. I just call them New Year's plans. plans to improve. We have to try to improve all the time, and that's what I'm going to try to do. Much love to each and every one of you guys. I love, God bless, and thank you so much for you guys. I just appreciate each and every one of you. So yeah, we're gonna see if yes, it's a wordy girl mega stream. Yes, it's almost 6 hours. I'm gonna call it a day. Last time I did something like this, I think was probably in the summer camp. I literally streamed for 7 hours, but that was like going into the wee hours of the morning. And I'm glad this time I'm not doing that. But I still do have to go. So thanks to you guys. Everybody says thanks for reading the article. Yes, thank you for sharing the article. I appreciate all that. We're gonna see if we can raid another person though. Who is streaming to raid? Let's see who is streaming. You have a blessed weekend as well, Katoy Play. Thank you so much. I'm going to find out who's streaming though, so that we can. Sable is up. Yes, I just saw Sable Aradia is here. So we're going to raid Sable Aradia. Thank you so much, everybody, for following me and liking and subscribing, and for chatting and for watching and for lurking. God bless and much success with all of your New Year's plans, and much love to each and every one of you guys. I am going to go ahead and show the end card, which I actually made an end card, and I'm proud, because last time my end card got destroyed. So I have a new one. But yeah, stay here if you want to help raid Sable Aradia. If not, no worries. Feel free to leave. But in raiding, if you stick around for about, I guess, 5 minutes, I think you will get more wisps. So if you'd like to contribute those wisps to our Valentine's Day stream, or purchase different things like me reading your article and stuff like that, in participating in the raid is another way to grab more of those. So thanks so much. God bless. Happy weekend. Happy time zone. And much love to each and every one of you guys. We are going to head to Sable Aradia. Have a blessed one, guys. Much love.